Around today?
Ready. Oh, you need time?
Not right now. I can just go off the main screen. No, it wants a password.
Okay, it is 8:30 and I will call the council meeting of March 12th to order. We have an agenda in front of us. I have one addition myself. So in closed session 11.3 under third-party business interests, section 16. So we'll make that 11.3. Are there any other, Councilor Christie?
Quick verbal report from Community Futures.
Community Futures, so 9.1. And I'm going to add 9.2, so a verbal on Trochu Housing Corporation. Are there any other additions? Not seeing any. Councilor Christie?
If not, I'll move the agenda as amended.
Okay, thank you for that. We have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. The council meeting minutes of February 27th were pre-circulated. Any errors, corrections? If not, Councillor McGee.
I move that we adopt the minutes of February 27th, regular meeting of council as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, first item on our agenda is 4.1, Huxley Streetlighting Upgrade. And Mr. Zier, whenever you are ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. Okay, so in your agenda package 4.1, you'll see the request for decision for a Huxley street lighting upgrade. This proposal was originally brought forward to the Committee of the Whole last month. It's a proposal for additional 2 street lights to be installed on the north end of Huxley on 2nd Street. There was a good conversation through the Committee of the Whole as far as the background of the discussion on this, the costs associated with it, which will be covered underneath the operating budget, and just some of the responses from the ratepayers when we held our public engagement session in middle of last year. And those are all included in the council package here as well if you had any questions on those. So recommended motion for council is to approve the recommendation from the Committee of the Whole to install these 2 new streetlights in the hamlet of Huxley.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any discussion or questions? I guess I would just have a question about, are we having any sort of notification go to the community at all, or are we just going to install the lights? And
Through the chair, I believe for this option, because we did have a majority in favor of this within that area, our intention is just to move forward with the installation of that prior to any, or without any future further communication from the residents.
okay, thank you for that. Mm-hmm. Any other questions or comments? If not, I guess what would be the direction from council? Councillor Penner?
Safety is a priority, I think, with council too, so I'd make that motion. The council approve the funding and the installation of 2 new streetlights in the hamlet of Huxley as presented to be funded from the 2024 operating budget.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any further discussion? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zier.
Thank you.
So I think we're gonna jump around just a little bit. And we're gonna go to 5.4.1 since Ms. Sherlock is in the room. Do you have some partners in crime joining you, or? I kind of skipped 5.3.1 because Ms. Grossfield wasn't here, so since you're in the room.
We can get things set up, for sure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we'll wait for your assistance. Just, they're not used to us being that efficient and fast moving, you know?
Okay, I'll go ahead and get started. Jump in,
Okay, just remind you to use your microphone. Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome,
go.
and whenever you're ready.
Absolutely. Sorry. Okay, so if we can go to the presentation. So just for a note, Council, there is an update into my presentation. I did add an additional slide that wasn't included in your agenda package, as I have received additional information since the agenda package was created. So we can go down to the next slide. So initially here, so I'll just kind of go through a recap of some of our previous discussions from the Committee of the Whole. The considerations that kind of go towards all of the events, and then going through kind of some of the options that we have, a Horseshoe Canyon Country Market, different options for an egg celebration event, and then the updated item would be the Open Farm Days events that are occurring. Just as a reminder, please ask questions as I go through these options and clarification in case there's something that's not clear. Next one. So the concept of growing Kneehill has been continually evolving through the discussions with Council, through the Committee of the Whole. We've had some considerable discussion around the purpose and intent of these events, and we've explored a variety of options to meet the standards and expectations towards a successful event. Today, administration will deliver a summary of what we've heard from Council, along with options for a 2024 events, as well as the budgets for those. So at the January 16th Committee of the Whole meeting, administration presented Council with a RFD on the future of the Growing Kneehill event. The categorized list of options was brought forward, highlighting the purpose, stakeholders, audience, and strategic links associated with each. Council's direction from the Committee of the Whole discussions were in favor of hosting multiple markets through the summer, as well as a egg celebration event held at the Swalwell Hall. So the following presentation outlines proposed options for events for Council's consideration, selection, and approval. The financial considerations. So this would be for all events. The 2024 project budget for the Growing Kneehill events was approved by Council. It's set at $66,000. Depending on the event option or options chosen, this budget may need to be adjusted with funds pulled from an alternative source. And then on the other side here, you'll see some of the advertising costs. So these are dependent on what routes and the level of effort council would like to see put towards advertising for these events, because for each additional thing there is additional cost and additional background to organize those things. So such as the design, that's why there's a range there. You know, if we're only designing a poster, it's one thing versus if we're designing, you know, multiple items, signs, flyers, that kind of thing. The printing, the different highway signs, paid social media campaigns, so those are about $200 per posting. The paid influencer campaigns, those are about just over $1,500. The different newspaper ad costs, so that's per ad in each paper. You can kind of see as they're broke down there. Radio ads, as they're broken out here. The different event photography costs, as well as for one of the strategies was doing different door prize surveys for that. So that would be kind of just those costs.
You mentioned that the costs on the newspaper ads were per ad, so on the radio ads, is that the same?
Yes, so that would be, for the radio ads, they're typically, I believe it's like a 3-day campaign. So they pay for the recording and then running that recording for the, I think it's 3 days to a week, somewhere in there.
Okay, so that's not a single instance? But
No, it would be for a campaign. I think if you wanted to run it for multiple weeks, it would increase that cost.
Yeah.
But that would be the initial recording and posting for, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'd have to confirm Jenna was the one who booked that last year, so.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further clarification on those two portions?
Councillor Forbes.
Sorry, I'm flipping between screens here so I can see what you guys are seeing. My first question is the influencer, what benefit has that shown to the county since you guys paid for that? Like, how do we gauge that worked for who we are?
So how those work is we get a report back on how many views and people it's reached. We don't really have a way to measure how many people actually show up versus what's in that campaign. All we really have is what the viewership that see it.
Councillor Forbes, continue.
My next question is when we were doing budget, for clarity's sake, please, I thought that the 66,000 was on the back burner until we had a discussion about this. I didn't believe that was 100% approved by council, so I just need clarity on that, please.
Mr. Hogan, go ahead, and then Mr. Gannon, I'll come to you.
Through Mr. Reeve, that portion was approved in the budget with basically a caveat that there would be further discussion on that. This is the further discussion today.
So basically what you're saying, it's kind of like a placeholder until we make a decision based on this further discussion?
Yeah, so this, and not just today's discussion, but the ones that council's had leading up to this at committee of the whole, those other discussions. So prior to that money being spent, the discussion is what does council want to see that money spent on? What type of event? What's the target? Those types of things. So that's the discussion between committee of the whole today, and depending on the outcome today, whatever is needed in the future.
Okay, thank you for that. You have follow-up, Councillor Forbes? Okay, go ahead.
I sure do. So when we approved the 66,000, and this is for clarity for me, when we approved the 66,000, I was under the assumption that we were doing it to see about getting an outside party to put this on to make it easier. So when I was looking at this, the $66,000 we approved, I thought that was for the outside party and that we would have a discussion around it again. I mean, sometimes I get confused about how you guys are doing things in the back there. So I just need some more clarity on that, because if I look at what we did last year with the outside party helping us, I mean, Councillor McGee was getting radio ads and other things done, and I wasn't 100% sure, and I'm sure I have had a few questions from from the ratepayers around this issue as well. So I just need clarity, I guess. Sorry.
No problem. And Mr. Gannon, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, great question. When we proposed the budget, we understood that council wanted to revisit the Growing Kneehill program as a whole. So in essence, the $66,000 was what was previously budgeted the previous year, and we put it as a placeholder for this year to ensure that the funding was available depending on what choice council decided to move forward with regards to what type of event, if any event. If the money did not get allocated or did not get used and there was no approval, that would actually go back into back to financing for reallocation or within the reserves, however the funding is to be, wherever it's coming from. So in essence, we've come forward with the Growing Kneehill understanding through council to get clarity of what level of effort, if any, council would like us to move forward. This is the money that's in the placeholder. If they choose to use some of it or want a larger event that the funding is not there, we'd have to find additional funding, or if we use less, then the funding just gets returned. It's not going to be used for any other purpose than what council approves.
So basically, the discussion we're having today is around potentially what type of event we might want to have and the amount of money that might be required to put that event on if we were to make a decision in that direction. So there has been no decision made as far as expending money related to the Growing Kneehill event at this point in time. And it would be largely dependent on decisions that are made either today or at some point in the future in terms of how much money that ends up being. Mr. Cannon, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, that is correct. I just want to reverse this a little bit. There was an original question concerning the influencer. If we just look at an influencer similar to a marketing strategy, they've already captured a market, and using an influencer promotes us to their market. So it's just a form of type of advertising, a type of attraction, and it's incredibly important to find diverse markets in order to attract new customers. So this is a strategy in order to do that. We've had influencers comment on Horseshoe Canyon that have not been sought after by the county staff, but have given very good reviews to our assets. So they do provide a lot of opportunity for us, and it's how we capture that opportunity, which is where we're going to be going in the future.
So I guess I would follow up on that. So in the process of selecting an influencer or looking at influencers to help promote an event that we're doing, how do we evaluate the market or the audience that they have and determine that that's an appropriate influencer for the particular event? So if we're doing something at Horseshoe Canyon, my assumption would be that we might have a different influencer than if we were doing a open farm days event at Smallwell Hall. So I'm just, if you could help clarify that, Mr. Gannon, if you would.
Thank you. Through the chair, absolutely. We'd prefer a diverse market. We prefer a lot of different opportunities, but also the cost of those influencers really limit our ability, you know. So we really want to have a realistic influencer that is going to bring people to what that target audience is. So you're absolutely correct. It is more on the target audience, but at the same time, a lot of influencers work in different aspects. It could be tourism, it could be hiking, it could be a lot of different food and culture. They could hit different streams at one singular influencer. So we'd like a diverse opportunity, but at the same time, our central focus is on the event and the individuals that are actually exploring those type of events and those opportunities, so they could share in and potentially attend what council is choosing to put on.
Okay, so the type of event that we end up deciding or saying this is what we'd like to do, and the market for that event will determine what influencer we may or may not be using.
Correct. Through the chair, yes, that would be our primary for the influencer, but we're always looking for what other secondary resources that influencer may have that would attract to other areas of the county or other opportunities that will benefit the county.
Okay, thank you. That helps, I think. Any other questions at this point, or we prepared to let Ms. Sherlock go on? Okay, I think you're good to go.
Okay.
Thank you for responding to inquiries.
Absolutely. So we'll go to the next slide. So then we would just come to the internal resource considerations. So these events are an additional service level that's not included in regular staff duties and programming services. As such, any staff brought on to aid in the delivery of the projects must lower service delivery levels in other regular duties in order to compensate for the delivery of the event. Additionally, some of the components require staff to work outside of their regular work hours, which at this point is voluntary for them. It includes overtime pay compensation, 1.5 times their wage, and which can impact our overtime budgets and potentially lead to short staffing if there's not enough volunteers to assist in the delivery. So if staff are available, have other obligations to attend to, then we always run that risk. We've been very fortunate that we have a great team around us and great buy-in, and they are more than willing to jump in, and of course the overtime helps. So that's not something we run into, but it is a consideration that there is not a designated staff for this event.
Excuse me, Councillor McGee, if you would, please.
I'd like to go into closed session, please. Can't remember the section, sorry.
So
Personnel.
Personnel, okay, so that's section 17. So we have a request to have a brief closed session, personnel, section 17. So I guess I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor of, and the reason is there's some information that might not be appropriate for public. So all those in favor? And that's carried unanimous. Okay, thank you. So we had a motion to return to open session at 9:23 from Councillor Christie. We recessed to allow the return of the gallery and staff. It's now 9:28, and I'll call the meeting back to order. And once again, Ms. Sherlock and Ms. Kester, thank you for joining us. And I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Carolyn, are we able to bring up the presentation again? There we go.
Do I have to do the reintroduction? That would probably be a good idea. Okay. Sorry. No problem. So just for clarity, we had a motion to return to open session at 9:23. Councillor Christie made that motion. We are recessed for a bit to allow the return of staff and the gallery. It's now 9:29, and so I'll call the meeting back to order. And again, Ms. Sherlock and Ms. Kester, anytime you're ready, please.
Thank you, Reeve. So where we left off here was at the internal resource considerations. And having delivered that slide, is there any additional clarification needed on that? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next slide.
Okay, this slide is showing the country market at the Horseshoe Canyon. The event concept is the continued development of Horseshoe Canyon as a destination location and exposure for the support of local agri-food and artisan businesses through piloting the country market in multiple formats at an established market location at Horseshoe Canyon. The stakeholders in this are the local business partners, and the audience is the visitors to the site, both local and outside of the region. The success metrics are the number of visitors, the vendor sales, the number of vendors, and the vendor satisfaction. And strategic links are the level of service, high quality, infrastructure, and economic resilience.
So just going into the details of what this option is. So this would be piloting multiple markets at the site to establish the best timing for vendors and visitors for an on-site market at Horseshoe Canyon. The proposed dates that we would have would be June 30th, so that would be the Sunday of the Canada Day long weekend. July 20th, which is what would be a typical summer Saturday. And then August 9th would be a Friday, trying a market on a Friday, and that would be 1 week before Open Farm Days. So we would allow to do some promotion at the market for Open Farm Days. Just some of the things in regards to the site there. There is some development on the site that's occurring from the 2024 budget that includes adding access to power and removing the old helipad itself to level the site and improve the accessibility of the site in general and the layout, allow us to have additional layout options. Additional inclusions to the event. So the next slide, I'll go over the specifics and kind of what the cost of those would be, but additional options would be the kids' bouncy units and a staff to supervise. So that would be 8 hours of staff time plus a $1,500 per market. Live music would be budgeted at $1,500 per market. An ag info booth, so that would be 1 to 2 staff, 10 hours each market per staff. And then door prize draw would be 4 hours of staff time plus $150 in materials. So just going into the next slide here. So those would be additional to the budget line that I would have.
Before you go there,
Yeah.
I'd like to have some conversation around the dates, but Councillor Phobes, I see your hand up. And
Yes, how did you determine those dates? That's what I was going to ask as well.
So those dates, we looked at what different community events were happening in the area, as well as trying to provide a variety so that we would get to know what a long weekend day would look like, what a typical everyday Saturday would look like, and then what a Friday would look like, so that if we're looking at doing a market long-term, that this would provide us with some insight as to different options for days.
Councillor Phobes.
So my next question to follow that up would be is do you have stats on these dates from previous years from staff working there on the amount of people that came through on those days?
I don't have the specific stats in front of me, but I could definitely find those for you.
I would just be curious to see if we had enough visitors to even hold a market. That's where I'm going with that. Because I don't want to waste the vendors that pay the money to go down there and sell their products, waste their time as well. So I'm just wanted to make sure that we're doing them on the best dates. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did look overall at the stats. I just can't recall the specific numbers. Those basically through June, at the end of June through August, we have very good visitation to the site. And so the numbers there seem to support hosting a market. Even on the Friday there's a lot of people coming from out of area and traveling to Drumheller that stop at that site on Fridays. So that's kind of where we're looking at those days. So like I said, I can't tell you the specific numbers for those days each year, but we do know that we have what we believe to be adequate visitation during those times.
I guess one of my concerns when we're doing a trial market is consistency and awareness of when that market's going to be held. And so I am really concerned about bouncing the day around. And I guess the question in my mind is not so much about what the specific date is, but the specific day. And so I'm wondering if we shouldn't be consistently looking at a Saturday, 3 Saturdays in the summer, or whatever day that happens to be, it's consistent. And that way I don't have to, if I know it's on a Saturday, I just have to remember what day in that month it is. But if I have to remember that this month it's a Sunday and next month it's a Saturday and the following month it's a Friday, that may affect repeat customers to the market who potentially start to look for that market to be there consistently. And it might give us bad metrics as far as reading what the audience wants in terms of that market. And so because it's a trial year, I'm just wondering about, that's a question I have, so.
Absolutely, and that was something that we did consider, and it is a very good point, and we kind of went back and forth on whether to do a consistent date or not. The thing that we came back to was we don't know which consistent date would be better. For staffing, Fridays would be better. For visitorship, maybe Saturdays, but also Drumheller hosts their markets on Saturday, so we would be competing with that. So a Sunday may be a better option, but we don't have the staffing as a consideration. So that's where our thought process was, because this is a pilot and because we would have extensive advertising leading up to, that we would really highlight, you know, this Sunday, this Saturday, and this Friday of these dates, we will be having a market. But of course, it's open for council's direction. So if you guys would like to see a consistent day, you know, us do 3 Saturdays, 1 June, July, August, then that's something we absolutely could visit.
So again, I'll come to both of you here in a second, but I guess if Drumheller has a farmer's market on Saturday and we're having a farmer's market on Saturday, we could see it not so much as competition, but maybe there's some synergy and it might draw a larger audience. I don't know. But anyway, I think it's worth us having the conversation. So I'm going to go to Councillor Penner, and then I'll go to Mr. Gannon and anyone else who wants to weigh in. So Councillor Penner, go ahead.
So I hear what Reeve King is saying, but I'm going to disagree a little bit on it.
Good.
And the reason is, it's a pilot this year, of course, but even going forward, I can see how you've done it here. I like what I see, because sometimes Fridays they're going through to a wedding. That could be the day. They're just traveling through, whether they're going to Calgary to see something or whatever. I like seeing this, but I think what's going to be very important is when we advertise that we actually say Sunday, June 30th, Friday, August 9th, so that it becomes very clear that the day of the week it is. But I don't mind seeing 3 different days going forward, and even though I know this is a pilot, but thank you for bringing that.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. The main reason of a pilot, for our understanding, is to provide great data back to council for consideration. Having singular data inputs really does not open the view of opportunity. If we come back on Friday, and I do understand, you know, the potentiality of our customers in those markets, that it might be not more successful on a Friday, but in essence, it might be even more successful. We're not sure. We don't have enough matrix out there to really make that determination. We do know visitation has been consistent through those areas, and we can bring those statistics up to council for consideration and understanding. But we're trying to provide information back to council to look at a long-term potential approach for a market in the region. I do believe that there is an opportunity, as was expressed here, for a partnership with potentially Drumheller Market, where we advertise one another. And that could create additional traffic flow from one to the other. We can use each other and leverage one another for more opportunity and more customers to come to each of those markets. However, we want to understand if the individuals participating at the market are also participating in Drumheller, because, you know, it might not, if they're doing both at the same time, it might reduce our opportunity as well of having patrons come to our market because they want to go to a more established one, not one that is just trying to find its footing. So there's a lot of variables here, and I do understand that it's a lot of questions going on. I just want to make sure that council understands that what is presented can be adjusted. Council, just let us know what you want. We'll make those adjustments. We'll create the statistics that are required for it, and try to develop the program around where your expectations are. These are our thoughts moving forward, and we're looking forward to the conversations back to us to give us direction of what your preferences would be.
Okay, thank you for that. Before we go on, any further questions regarding days, times, and play? We know where the place is, so I don't see any, so go ahead.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
So we'll move on to the next slide. So this would be the additional details for the market. So resources that we would anticipate for hosting this event. So going back to how I had displayed the different advertising costs. So the different things that we'd be looking at for sharing this event would be posters, signs, paid social media campaigns, radio ads, highway signs, as well as photography of the day for future advertising and social media promotion. The additional facilities to meet AHS requirements, we would have to have the additional outhouses as a rental, as well as the hand washing stations. And then staffing, we approximated about 440 hours of staff time without the additional inclusions that you saw on the previous slide. So this would be planning and coordinating for 3 staff, 60 hours per staff. Vendor recruitment would be 1 staff for 40 hours. Site setup and tear down, 5 to 8 staff, 20 hours each market per staff. So that would be the week leading up to the event, just preparing the site, getting things ready, and then the day of, and then take down, clean up afterwards. Traffic and parking would be 1 to 2 staff, 10 hours per market. Safety and first aid would be 1 staff, 10 hours each market. And then follow-up reporting would be 1 staff, approximately 10 hours. So the potential budget for hosting 3 markets in 2024, including the advertising, but not including staff costs, would be $34,000. The potential revenue could be up to $3,000 per market if we end up getting a full 60 booths at $50 per booth. We did do a little bit of market research into what booth costs were for local farmers markets. They're about $20 to $25 a booth, but they are running those markets they run about somewhere between 13 and 15 regular markets per year, plus their Christmas markets. So they usually get about 18 markets per year at 30 to 40 booths and at that $20 to $25 cost. So that's where we kind of, if we put our $50 because we have less markets, but that particular venue, that's where we have sourced that costing from. And then we did look into the insurance options, as that was something that was brought forward in committee of the whole. So through our county insurance, it's not possible for us to cover the individual vendors. We did look into the vendor insurance costs, and it's about $15 to $30 for them to individually buy their insurance, and that covers them for the whole market season and can be added on to their regular insurance through their provider or purchased separately. So.
Okay. One comment I would have is we had a conversation around the Horseshoe Canyon sign and the map. And what I'm wondering is it possible, if we're going to do 3 events, I'd like to see advertising for those 3 events at Horseshoe Canyon at the start of the season. So I was wondering if we could wrap the map with a big Horseshoe Canyon Farmers Market sign that specifies the dates and place, well, not place, but the dates that we're actually holding. And that way, everybody who hits the Horseshoe Canyon site to visit is aware right at the beginning of the season that there are 3 market opportunities. And we already have a signboard there. Is it, again, I'm just kind of throwing ideas out here that maybe we can get some effective advertising to the visitors that are there if we have that kind of signage right from the start of the year. From the day we open to say we're open and running, here it is. You know there's a market in June, you know there's one in July, you know there's one in August. And so, again, that's an idea. We're talking about advertising, so there's a potential way to deal with the sign that's concern to us and the possibility to maybe advertise this event without a huge amount of extra cost. So anyway, go ahead.
So we did, just I guess an aside on the sign situation, wrapping the sign and replacing the panels is essentially comes out to the same cost. It's actually more expensive to wrap the panels because of the labor involved. And so we might not be able to use that, but we were planning to advertise the event on site at the beginning of the season. We've been able to make specific signs that we can hang on the fence as you come in, so you can see that, and we can hang them elsewhere, as well as we've utilized posters on the outhouses in the past as well. So there are strategies for advertising there on site throughout the season.
Councillor Penner and then Mr. Gannon.
Just furthermore to that, I think we want to catch those people that are going by, not necessarily all the ones that drive in. So on the highway sign that's there all year long, attached to the highway sign, you know, not the ones that blow over or whatever, they're physically, a fire one, you know, like similar to that idea, the fire, when there's a fire ban on. I'd love to see that on the highway.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. Councillor Penner has just stole the wind under my sails and said exactly what I was going to propose to council, is that we want to hit the highway corridor and attract those customers as well, well in advance of the event taking place, so people can plan their lives and participate.
Okay, thank you for that. If there's no other questions at this time, we're moving on. We're going to take a break in about 5 minutes or 2 minutes maybe. So.
Okay.
Councillor Phobes, oh, sorry, we have a question. Councillor Phobes, go ahead.
I actually do have a question because this came up last year. Are we as a council going to decide if it's an Alberta made product or a Canadian made product? Because I wanted that for clarity for moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Are you giving a suggestion to us, Councillor Phobes? So
because one of the products, sorry, but one of the products was turned away because it wasn't an Alberta-made product, even though it was a Canadian-made product. So that's why I just want to make sure that we're not limiting the people coming to our market. So I just want to put that out there.
And if we're targeting 60 vendors per market, we might have to widen that definition. Okay, point made. Mr. Gannon, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. That is a great comment, and administration would love some clarity around that, because being able to advertise and attract people to a local area, are we looking, not that I dismay, you know, high output type of sales of any type of large product, should it be a brand name or not? Do we really want to make that determination, or do we just want to support local businesses regardless of what their envelope is? It all depends on what the feeling of that market is, what you're looking for. So as far as administration stands, is we believe a variety of products is incredibly important in order to attract those variety of individuals that can see multiple opportunities. If we ensure that a certain number are put to the side for a certain type, let's say food vendors, certain other areas, you're attracting a multitude of different businesses in those areas. Also within this, the team talked about, there is $50 per vendor that is suggested. This might be an initiative where council may determine that if you're a resident within Kneehill County and have a business within Kneehill County, that would be at no charge. However, anybody from outside Kneehill County that wants to participate, there will be a charge. And that's in order to help with some of the administration and other things within the market. So there are a multitude of strategies here that can move forward, and wherever, which direction council would like to go, we're more than willing to administer.
Okay, Councillor Cunningham.
So just a little further to what Councillor FOIP said, yes, I am 100% in favor of opening that up to Canadian-made products. I did have a ratepayer that has a very successful local business in Kneehill County. And I think when we talk about economic development and encouraging home-based businesses and anything people want to do in Kneehill County for the betterment of our economics, I would 100% stand by that. And hers happened to be a Manitoba-based product, so it is a Canadian-made product. So yeah, I would very much endorse that.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think before we go ahead,
I would just like to add, so the Alberta Farmers Market Association, they have their market standards split at 80% locally Alberta made products, artisan products, and then 20% can be larger business entities with local representatives.
Okay. What I'm going to suggest is we stop at this point with this conversation. We'll take a recess till 10, which allows our delegation, Sergeant Day, to get in the room and prepared, and then at 10 we'll re-engage with the delegation. So we're in recess till 10 a.m. Okay, it is now 10:01 and we have a delegation of 4 very distinguished looking gentlemen. I'm trying to earn brownie points here, guys. So I'm very glad to welcome the RCMP to our council meeting today. And we have gentlemen from Three Hills, Beiseker, Olds, and Drumheller here with us today. And we're very much looking forward to hearing from you. Jamie, we're very familiar with you. Greg and Rob and Warren, maybe not so much. And I'm not saying we want to get familiar with you, especially out on the roadside, but you're very welcome here today, and I'm very much looking forward to what you have to bring. And so, Jamie, I'll...
obviously today we're here to talk about the, go ahead.
Just before you do that, maybe I would get our council. We have 2 councillors who are joining us via video, so we'll get everyone to introduce themselves, and then we'll turn it over to you. So, Laura Lee, if you would please start and introduce yourself, and then we'll go from there.
No sound.
No sound.
I'll start. Carrie Phobes, Division 4.
Okay, am I good now?
Yep.
Okay, technology, you gotta love it. Laura Michelle Cunningham, Division 5, so I serve an area surrounding Three Hills. And welcome.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm Debbie Penna, Division 2. I'm mostly in the Beiseker detachment, but there's a small slither in Drumheller.
Councillor Faye McGee from Division 1, excuse me, and the Drumheller area is basically where I'm around. So.
And I'm Ken King. I represent the northeast portion of the county, so basically Highway 27, 21 junction going north and east from there, so Trochu and north.
Morning, gentlemen. Jerry Whitstock. I'm representing the Acme Linden area, so that would be the Beiseker detachment. Thanks for coming.
Wade Christie from Division 6, and I'm scared 3 of you know who I am and where I live, so. So thanks for coming, and I appreciate you're together talking about Kneehill County too.
So go ahead, Mike.
Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer.
Kevin Gannon, Director of Community Services. I'm in the back wing.
Mike Sear, Director of Infrastructure, so roads and utilities.
Therese Cochran, Director of Corporate Services.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Carolyn.
I'm Carolyn. I am the Executive Assistant here, and I live in the Three Hills area. And I'm proud to say I have not been stopped.
And I'm sure the majority of you know Deb Grossfield, who has joined us as well. Welcome, Deb. And Jamie, I think that covers it. So if you wanted.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for having us.
Just remind you to use your microphone.
Yeah, thanks for having us. As you're aware, this time of year we come in and talk about the annual performance plan to find out the best way to police your communities. Obviously, we have 4 different areas here that we're going to focus on policing today. You know, Warren may have something different than I have, and the guys in the back there as well. My biggest thing with this for me personally is I like to start off with these, and I hate to start with giving you ideas on how to police your communities. As elected officials, you do talk to people out there and you know their concerns. And I like to get some of that insight. As you're aware, I know myself personally, I can't speak for the other members here. We've tried town halls and stuff, and there's not a whole lot of traction with that. And I get it. Nobody wants to come talk to a cop at 6 o'clock at night. They want to go home, or they have their kids' activities, that kind of stuff. Probably the most success I've had, and I'll give Rob credit here, I stole it from him, was the online survey. I did that last year, and we got quite a few responses from that. Even people not in my area responded to that survey for some reason, but we found I got more traction with that from the community members than actually hosting a town hall. So the last 2 years, for Three Hills, we kept our performance plan pretty much the same. Last year, we had added mental health, because mental health is still a big issue for us in the rural area. And I often compared our mental health. I want to pick a detachment that I can kind of look at that may be in an area that's busier than we are. So I kind of compared us to Chestermere. They're a bigger detachment. a lot more people, and there's at times that we've had more calls than they have with mental health, to the point that we were at 80, 90 calls dealing with mental health. Now, as a small detachment, it's not the first time I'm going to tell you that. Obviously, we don't have a designated facility in Three Hills. So we lose a member. So if it happens at nighttime, a member has to transport that individual to Red Deer, where wait times can be up to, I'm not sure if they approved or not, if they've got better, but up to 10 hours, say, give or take, waiting to have that person be taken over by the facility. For Three Hills, that's huge impact on our resources, right? So oftentimes we're down to one person working and we're trying to police an area that a lot of people forget. We also have a big chunk of Red Deer County that we police. Yes, we're on the very low end of our Kneehill County side, but we do a lot in the Red Deer County as well too. So that can have a big impact on us. I know they're trying to create, well, they have created RPAC, which is that registered psych nurse and member position in Drumheller. But there's been no luck on filling that position from my understanding. They've tried to fill the positions and it has not been filled. I know there was a female in Three Hills who wanted to take on the position, but she did not want to move to Drumheller. She wanted to stay living here. So she wasn't willing to commute or move to Drumheller, so she ended up saying forget it, and I think she's doing the physio thing downtown now. But anyway, there was half of it was looked at filling, but she just didn't want to move, so she said I'm not going to move, and I'll let Rob maybe discuss. Is there any update on that at all? Sorry? Any update on that I? There's no more updates. Okay. So the position is there. We're just waiting for it to get filled. So the idea, from my understanding, and correct me, Rob, if I'm wrong, is it's supposed to help Three Hills, Drumheller, Hannah, and Oyen? Yeah, complete region. Yeah, so, which we would definitely welcome because our call volume is so high with mental health. That would be a big resource for us. With saying that, I guess, do you have any comments or concerns about the last year's plan? Like what we worked on?
Anyone want to comment, or?
I like what I saw, so thank you.
I think overall, as a council, we're quite happy with the relationship that we have and with the conversation that's going on and with the plan as it has been outlined.
Yeah, and I think the plan the last 2 years has been very successful in our area. And one of the highlights I think I take personally is, obviously our members working really, really hard. And I give them all the credit in the world. They're the ones that are working shift work and out at nighttime and chasing people, and my hat's off to them because they put in a hard day's work. And one of my highlights, I know, with our social media account that we created for Three Hills, our Facebook page, has got a lot of traction online as well too. As long as you don't talk about traffic, you're okay. You talk about traffic at Angle Parking in Three Hills, for some reason they attack you. It's a big issue in Three Hills, so we're trying to deal with that the best way we can. But one of the posts that I did is I actually, since 2020, I tracked, because there's no way of tracking warrant apprehensions. And I was curious on what the work we were doing in our area. And then over that time frame of like 2.5 to almost 3 years, just Three Hills alone has apprehended over 200 people on outstanding warrants, traveling through our area, living in our area, and those kind of things. So I thought it was a really good stat to put out there. And I put that out there on our Facebook page as kind of kudos to the members for doing that work. And that post seemed to get a lot of traction. So that would fall into crime prevention, of course, right?
Yeah.
Since I've been here, we were trending high in a lot of areas when it came to rural crime, when it came to domestic violence, when it came to common assaults, those kind of things. As you're aware of the reports that we're sending to quarterly, you can see a lot of our crime is trending down. So we pushed a lot of, I don't know if I can really use this word anymore, and I've heard people say we can't say it, and I don't know if it's true or not, but oftentimes we'll call them prolific offenders. Maybe it's not the right word to use. I'm not sure. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I've done media releases using that word, so I don't know if it's, again, I've heard rumors back and forth that it's frowned upon if you use that word, but I'm going to use it today because it's all I know to use, and we push a lot of them out of our area, which definitely helped reduce crime drastically in our area. When I got here, one of the big things was our calls for service was going up drastically. And that to me was a trust in police, that people were, they're actually going to show up to a call. To the point that I don't think we had a month that was under 200 calls a month for Three Hills. And we're a pretty small detachment. Even though crime is trending down, we're still doing over 200 calls a month. So that told me that crime wasn't increasing during that time. It's just people were actually phoning in calls for service, which to me I take very positive, because that means they trust us. They're letting us know, and obviously with that information, we can use a lot of that information for creating hotspots, different areas that are being affected within our area policing. So, anything else you need to add?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you can use prolific offenders. I mean, I don't know why you can't. So Three Hills has the majority of Kneehill County, and the rest of us kind of have our corner slivers, that kind of thing. Certainly, I appreciate you pushing out prolific offenders into our respective areas. That's fantastic.
I was wondering how that was going to go.
Yeah. Olds Detachment obviously has Councillor FOIP's area, which is the Torrington, Wimborne, West Corridor there. I take a lot of sort of my activity in the area proactively through Deb Grossfield. So I'm on the phone with Deb Grossfield, or I'm emailing Deb Grossfield quite regularly, just to see what her perception of the needs are for the areas. And we've been doing a lot of mutual training. I've been in Three Hills several times doing emergency management training, which I'm very, very grateful for, because after a while, you know, like the last time I took it was in 2014, so it was nice to kind of do a refresher. Other than that, we had a great town hall. It was very interesting, I thought, in Torrington on November 30th. We had a fair turnout, certainly colorful, for sure. The first part of it was crime prevention by environmental design. We had a RCMP sort of subject matter expert come out and do the presentation, and then the latter half of it was kind of a question and answer. So it was interesting to interact with a few local residents. Other than that, we do try to get out every so often, maybe not as often as I'd like, to the Torrington-Wimborne area just to do some traffic ops with our county municipal enforcement. Just to remind people that there are stop signs and there are speed reduction zones, just to kind of keep people safe. Other than that, I echo the concern about mental health. In the Olds Detachment, not a day goes by that we don't have a mental health call. I don't remember it being like that 10 years ago. I really don't. There's always some, well, I've been advocating for an RPAC. What is RPAC stand for? Regional
Police and Crisis Team.
Right. So part of, I would like one in Olds too, because if there's one in Drumheller and one in Olds, we can kind of meet in the middle with Three Hills in terms of coverage. And of course, obviously cover all corners of the county. There is a RPAC team in Red Deer. Yes, it's easier to find an RCMP member partner for that RPAC team that is maybe finding a psychiatric nurse. So one of the options that they were looking at was going through, instead of a psychiatric nurse, but an actual clinician that has a master's in social work as opposed to a psychiatric nursing degree. And so my understanding is the one in Cochrane, which services Olds presently, they just hired that person on, and he's not a nurse, he's a MSW clinician. So they're trying that out. So we're hoping that does help. Obviously, the concern is even our detachment, which is substantially larger than Three Hills, when we lose a member, it is kind of a big deal. And we would like to be able to make that as efficient as possible and then return back to our detachment area. But with the RPAC team, they're able to come out and say we have persons that come to our attention a little bit more often through behavior and activity and concern. So we're able to do an RPAC referral, so then they will attend and we'll actually have that element of Alberta Health Services assist them to see if they're, you know, they're seeing their doctor and they're on like a medication program, and they're doing all the things that they could do proactively to help themselves out. So it is a benefit. And in terms of my priorities, largely, yes, they have stayed the same year after year, but, you know, and I don't want to tell you either, but there's always a component of crime reduction. There's always a component of community engagement. There's always a component of mental health, and we've added family violence to that. Always a component of enhancing road safety. And if there's anything else, of course, we'd love to hear about it. But those are kind of the four that we usually gravitate towards. In terms of the mental health and the enhanced family violence, mental health and violence in relationships and enhancing awareness education is, what we do is we try to offer workshops. And largely those workshops are in Olds, but they're open to the entire area. Like they're open to people even from Three Hills if they want to come to Olds to do that. So I have 5 municipalities in my detachment area. Everyone is invited. Sometimes they're in Bowden, sometimes they're in Olds. It's not out of the question to host something in Torrington to see if we can get some rural people. So other than that, do you have any questions for Olds?
So are there any specific to Olds questions or? Councillor Phobes.
Not specific, but I did enjoy when you came out to Torrington and did the seniors fraud prevention and stuff. That was really, really informative. I think it's unfortunate that more people didn't come out for it, because I think it really does give them the tools in which to look at when things are coming in on their phones or their emails and stuff. So I thought it was very informative. So I do appreciate that. I also appreciate the fact that your workshops are open to all of our county, not just in Olds, that we've now put that out for the public to hear. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll continue to regularly communicate with Deb Grossfield in terms of what workshops we're having and ask her to put that out on the county social media sites.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So,
And I think, like Warren said there, we're pretty much the same when it comes to the priorities. Community engagement's always the big one for us. We do a lot in the community. The Three Hills Youth Academy is coming back again this year. We already have a lot of applicants already wanting to get into the program. We're going to do that July 22nd to the 26th. And Constable Bazan has organized a hockey game to help Three Hills for funding for a youth center. And I take no credit. She's done an amazing job with this. This is all her, and on her days off, she's been putting a lot of extra time in. She has so many sponsors for this program to raise money for this program. There was even a silent donation, $5,000 given before she even started. So the hockey game's going to be March 23rd. It's been all over our social media account. It's a late one, 8:15. Our district officer is going to come out and do a puck drop. He's also going to come to the police academy as well at the grad at the end. And same thing, I'll send out that communique with the details with that academy if anybody wants to attend. I know some came last year. And I see Tim back there. I think Tim and I had more fun than kids some days, but it was well received from the communities that came. One of our applicants was even from Ardley, which is our northern tip up by Stetler there, that came to the academy. So we're looking forward to putting it on in this year for them. So community with us is going to be a big part. Again, we're going to roll a lot of community stuff again this year. But like Warren said, I echo what he said, like it always seems to be road safety, crime prevention, which is important. And obviously I have to, echo mental health again. Mental health is just, that's the one area we don't see trending down. Probably same as you. So it just maintains or trends up, so.
Councillor Penner.
Question, Jamie, in regards to the academy, are you opening it up to all detachments right off the bat, or just starting with Three Hills, and if you don't get the response, you'll open it up?
Well, I prefer just my area, like of policing, because it's a lot to undertake, a lot of students, and they're young, they eat a lot of food, so food is the essential for the academy that week. But we've been lucky enough that we had Victim Services donate $15,000 for the program. We want to maintain that program. I knew Kneehill County had stepped up as well in the grad and said that if we need anything, Laura Lee has been amazing with that. She attended the grad. Delburn as well stepped up and said if we need anything, any funding to help keep it going. So a lot of support. We did let in one last year from Rocky View County. and she actually ended up being in the process with the RCMP. So through that academy, we had 2 applicants go in the process for the RCMP. We're currently in that process right now for the RCMP. 1 male, 1 female. We had a phone call yesterday from a girl from Lethbridge who wants to come to the academy. So I was like, that's a little far away, but I'm not opposed to doing that. So we have made exceptions for that. And mostly the exceptions we've made is that if there is a big career interest in policing, and they're in the high school age. So if that is the case, then we make exceptions. But I think for the academy, it has to be the area that we police. That's where our connections with our youth. Do you have that cop card that I graciously gave you? So we did another thing for the community. We started just at the end of, I think it was last month, we finally got these cards. I did this in Owen when I was there. So we did a cop card.
Trading cards.
Yeah, so it just talks about each member in the back of the card, and pictures and stuff of us. And it's a good way for us that I know in Oyen, it was a great way to connect with youth in our community and go in the schools and stuff, and everybody wanted to get a cop card. I know Yolanda spends a lot of time at hockey games in our area in Trochu and Three Hills and different areas, and the kids are attacking her for these cards. The one area that I did notice, though, that seniors really like it. For some reason, they really like these cards. So what we're doing is we got a stack of them, so we're dropping them off at each area that if someone comes to your front counter, they're there, Three Hills are there, or they can come to the attachment. So it's just a way for us to connect, and then they can identify who these members are. Because there's nothing more frustrating than someone comes to you and says, your officer's been here for 3 years and I don't know their name. So that tells me there's probably not a whole lot of community engagement with that officer. And I thought this was a great way to get that introduction out there. Because some are shy, right? They're shy as well too. And I thought that was a good icebreaker. So the idea is to have them on them when they're out and about. And I gave one to Mr. Man over here. So it's been great so far, and there's interest in that. So yeah, other than that, I said the hockey game's coming back, and then obviously the youth academy.
Just further to that, because Jamie did such an amazing job last year with the academy.
Oh, he's won $20?
We borrowed it.
Oh,
so we're
okay.
going to host an academy in Knowles as well.
Oh, great.
So if there is any spillover, certainly we'll be able to probably accommodate that in Knowles. So
Super.
I think it's growing incredible popularity, and I appreciate it because it'll do wonders for our community as well. So
Good. So I guess I'm wondering, your 2 silent partners in the background there, Greg and Rob, Beiseker and Drumheller, is there anything you'd like to share with us? We're very happy that you're here, and we certainly don't want you to go away feeling ignored, for sure.
Thanks for having us.
It's our pleasure.
I think we'll try not to regurgitate anything that was previously said, and Jamie and Warren summarized things quite nicely. I want to touch on the RPAC thing because Drumheller Detachment is the next detachment identified to receive that next RPAC team. We're actually all set for it and all ready to go. We have an office on standby for them. All their equipment is there. It's just a matter of getting those 2 positions, the RCMP position and that Alberta Health position staffed. So there has been interest on both sides. Unfortunately, to my understanding, nothing's panned out yet as far as naming candidates for that. So it's just a matter of time. And like Warren reiterated, it is a regional team. They're not there just for Drumheller. They're going to be spanning out to the rural areas and to the surrounding detachments. So as already discussed, it's something much needed, and we very much look forward to that. So in the past, there's always been this, these different opinions and positions about whether a mental health call is a police matter or a medical matter. And these RPAC teams are absolutely great because they address both. There's definitely a police component to them. Some of the mental health calls we've been on have been the most dangerous calls that we've ever been on. You have somebody that's in crisis and maybe not thinking right. So you definitely need that police component. And of course, we're not doctors or medical staff. So, these RPAC teams have that medical person there that can help deal with the situation. So I understand they're seeing some great successes, and And most certainly, we can't wait for that. And everyone in this room, all our detachments will benefit from that. So it's really good. I'll just speak really quick to the Drumheller specifics. Of course, we have a sliver of Kneehill County that kind of shoots in that, that carbon area and towards Drumheller. No issues that I'm aware of in that area. We're definitely reaching out to the public on a regular basis. I think last year at this time, we had a town hall meeting in Carbon, which we invited Deb and Deb's crew to, and they graciously showed up and did a presentation and some discussion, so that went over really good. In the summer, when I do these town hall meetings, I usually do them in groups of 2 or 3, and I try and get out to the rural areas. So in the summer, we did another round of town hall meetings, which also included Rosebud, not in your county, but just outside of the county, and Morin, again, not in your county, but just outside. But we know we're drawing people from the counties to these meetings. And, we're getting good input. And last year, our priorities were crime reduction, reduced drug abuse, police and public engagement, and enhancing road safety. And a lot of that came from those meetings. And what I can tell you is, wrapping up our town hall meetings, and like Jamie said, we also ran a survey. It looks like the desires are to have similar policing priorities again. So that's kind of the direction we're headed. But with that said, one of the big things today is, if you have input on this, we'd like to hear that on, if we're missing the mark on something, or if you have a specific priority in mind, I would like to hear that. And it can be during the meeting here, or you can reach out to me afterwards. Deb has all my contact info. But I think the direction we're headed right now appears to be similar to last year with those same priorities. And we've seen some great successes with those priorities. One of the big ones I'm proud of is our property crime went down 25% in the rural area. That included a 63% reduction in break-and-enters, 52% decrease in theft of motor vehicles, and it looks like our theft unders were roughly flush. But property crime is always a big concern out in the rural areas, and that was a stat I was most certainly happy to see. So hoping to continue that trend. So yeah, that's kind of Drumheller in a nutshell. Is there any questions or thoughts or comments?
Councillor McGee has a question.
Sure.
So.
It's actually of Carolyn. Would you mind putting the map up on the screen? I would like Kneehill County residents to be aware of how large of an area both Beiseker and Drumheller does care for, because a sliver is misrepresented of me, because it's my entire division, and I don't call it a sliver. So
yeah,
I just, not to correct you, but I just wanted to be sure that our residents
and that's a good
informed.
point, and it's not to take away from that. I guess maybe a portion is a better thought on that. So just a little history on the Drumheller detachment. The Drumheller detachment has 15 members. We police both the Drumheller Valley and the surrounding areas, which consists of Kneehill County, Starland County, Stettler County, and Wheatland County. And in fact, we're reporting to 10 different municipalities right now. So that's just kind of a snapshot. We do about 3,000 calls per year. About 1,000 of those are in the rural area. So that's just roughly. So just kind of gives you a snapshot.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions for, Councillor Christie, go ahead.
Just curious, we keep hearing about staffing. How are you making out for filling positions?
On the Drumheller side?
All of you.
Well, I can tell you on the Drumheller side, we're at full staff. We are dealing with a couple of injuries right now, which is our, I guess you could say we got a couple guys on light duties. I don't think that's going to be long term, but I am happy to report we're on at full staff. So that's really good.
So Greg and Beiseker, what would you like to share?
Well, I think I'd start by Well, introducing myself, I think, well, I'll tell you for sure, I haven't been here before. And my predecessor, I wouldn't know when the last time a Beiseker Detachment Commander would have been here. But that term itself is a little misleading because Beiseker Detachment Commander is now a part of the larger Airdrie Integrated Rural Detachment. So I'm not technically the detachment commander. Inspector Lauren Weir, who would have very much liked to be here, is the one who's in charge of all of that. But for all intents and purposes, everything rural kind of falls on my shoulders. This all started back during COVID, and I know that there'd been a few other attempts over the years. I'd seen some of them because I've been in the area for 12 years. But during COVID time, Beiseker was brought under the umbrella of Airdrie. And about a year afterwards, in the fall of 2021, is when I took over as the NCOIC for all of that unit. And when we did that, what we effectively did was brought Beiseker into the fold. We took their 4 constables, reclassified the sergeant into a corporal, and added that along with 4 new positions to the whole unit, which creates a sergeant, 2 corporal supervisors, and 4 watches of 4 members. So the biggest impact that your area and the Beiseker detachment would see is 24-hour policing, which is never, ever a thing that was possible before. Another added benefit, for each watch, you'll have 4 positions scheduled, plus the 2 supervisors and myself. So there is the potential of having 6 police officers working pretty much anywhere within the jurisdiction. That being said, there's definitely times where the Beiseker detachment members will find their way to the Airdrie side, but just as often we'll have 1, 2, or 4 of the other guys coming all the way out to, you know, Linden, Acme area, or all the other southern parts of the Beiseker detachment area. That's kind of the biggest thing that's probably happened. And the biggest effect, I think, is just visibility. I've heard a lot of things in dealing with the CAOs in Linden and Acme and the other Beiseker communities, that they see us more often than you ever would have before. And even if they don't, during the nighttime hours where it used to be that there probably wouldn't be anybody out and about because they you know, work by themselves and finished off much earlier in the evening, there are police that are out throughout the night, every night. So in Linden, where you probably never would have seen a policeman at 3 o'clock in the morning, you may very well run into us wanting to say hi, etc.
Forewarned is forearmed.
So that has been, I think, a real excellent change from the community standpoint, but then you also take into account what that's done for the morale of the members, where they were used to working by themselves and not really having the ability to work within a team or have immediate backup available or be able to work together to address whatever kind of situation is ongoing. You know, now that's different. Makes for a much more productive workforce, I would say. Not to say the last question that Rob was dealing with there, manpower-wise, we have the same problems that everybody else does with difficulties in keeping positions filled. While we do have all of those positions staffed, there's always the issue with either stress leave or medical leave or those sorts of things that we're having the same problems that everybody else is. Right now, we are fielding a team of 17 of those 19 that are at work all the time, with a couple of guys that are currently on some extended medical leave. Another thing that is very apparent because of this integration that we've had is how we can draw from the bigger community that we're attached to. And we see that most often, it's not with the Kneehill County, but with Rocky View County, we have an enhanced position through them that we've embedded in our crew team, which allows us to access a whole other bucket of fish that you would never have access to. And while that is meant to be able to work within the Rocky View County area, there are, well, I don't want to say countless, but quite a few situations where we've been able to draw them out into this area as well, where never before would you have seen any of those investigative types coming out of Airdrie to be able to work in this area. It's something that we can draw from fairly easily and color outside the lines and get access to. And along the lines of our pact, again, with the integration, our guys are working at the Airdrie detachment and have those relationships with the people that are there. And locally, there's a mental health and addictions liaison team, which is a local version of an RPACT that the Airdrie detachment has, that we're able to reach into for some real-time, I don't know what to do with this type of thing, get the questions answered, and the odd time get them to move out with us to deal with something that's happening. So again, it's not specific to Kneehill County or even to anywhere outside of Rocky View County, but just because of the proximity and the integration, we're able to benefit from a lot of those things that you otherwise just wouldn't have access to. And again, in some ways, it's probably a little off the books, but regardless, we take what we can get and use it to our benefit. And I've seen all kinds of times where it's been well worth all of that. As far as the priorities are concerned, I'm right on the same page as the rest of the fellows that have already spoken. I don't think I really have anything to add to that, but certainly open to questions if there's anything specific.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So are there any questions from council specific to a specific division or not? Councillor Penner.
To these two gentlemen that sit here, like I said, my division is in both Drumheller and the Beiseker detachments. So I don't touch Three Hills at all. And so my question is crossover, and this is to all of you now. Is it easy for yourselves to cross over? Like, because I do have ratepayers that worry, that are up in the little corners of both your divisions. How long it's going to take when they're just 10 minutes from Three Hills, then it's, half an hour. Like we had it on the 21 highway, there was cattle out, and the officer that came, he came from Chestermere, and very thankful that we were there to help, they weren't our cattle, but very thankful. They got to come from a long way. So our question is, so the ratepayers can hear, how easy is it for you guys to cross over, being proximity from the detachments?
So I think what I'm understanding is getting from one place to another, crossing over boundary lines, is that what you're after?
Yeah, exactly. Like if they live in there between the purple and the yellow, right close to the pink,
I would say that, at least from my perspective, it really depends day to day. Depending on the pressures on one side of our area versus the pressures on the other, you may find that we have as little as 0 police that are very close to whatever's going on, to as many as 4 or 5. And it just depends on where they are at the time. So call volume is really what dictates where we are and what we're doing. Ideally, I'll always have somebody working in the Beiseker area that can move to whichever part of it something's happening. But just as often, they've been drawn in somewhere else. So if there is a need to move across into the Drumheller area or into Three Hills area, it's something that's easily done. It's just a matter of whether or not we have somebody close. Just 3 weeks ago, I think it was, I happened to be by myself in Beiseker. There's a fairly important high-risk call going on in Swalwell, and the closest people to that was a couple of guys from Three Hills. So myself and those two guys, actually, we ended up there at the same time, but there was no difficulty in drawing into those other resources to respond as necessary and effectively, so
No, and
hopefully
that's what I
that's
want
what
to
you're
hear.
after.
That's what they want to hear, the relationship that you all have. You do help one another out. There's not,
Yeah.
you're not restricted. You do have a great relationship between detachments.
I'd like to add to
and-
that if I could, yeah, like what Greg is saying is absolutely right. At times, members can be in different parts of that detachment area. But when calls come in, especially critical calls and priority calls, really the power of the RCMP is the borders don't matter anymore. If Greg's members are closer to one of our calls because our members are on the far side of the detachment area dealing with something, then they will get dispatched to go. We've done that many times with Greg's crew, with Jamie's crew in Three Hills. At times like that, the borders don't mean a lot. It's who can get there quickest, and we help each other out. And lots of times it's not about getting there the quickest either. It's about supporting the members that are already on scene. So it's not uncommon to see members, come from other areas to help each other and make sure we got those right resources in place. So, yeah.
So are there any other questions? Councillor Cunningham.
Sergeant Day is going to be surprised that I kept quiet this long, but anyhow. So thank you to the 4 of you for coming. I really appreciate it. Of course, the Three Hills Detachment I'm a bit more familiar with just because of my demographics, and I am a very proud member of the Police Advisory Committee. I just have to say once again, the work that Sergeant Day and his staff have done in the area is amazing. Councillor Phobes and I right now are at a Alberta Seniors Convention, and there was a speaker yesterday. Two of the things he said are so important. One was relationships, and that building those relationships, and the other was simply to show up, which sounds simple. And I think that's what I've seen. And even when you mentioned the seniors and the trading cards, they are very excited about that. And we saw Grinch show up at the Golden Hills Lodge, and luckily Constable Yolanda was there to save the day. So I think we talk a lot about youth, and I think it's very important to build those connections with the seniors. And I just know the Three Hills Detachment has just knocked that out of the park. So I can't say enough about that. I do have a trading card. I did try to sell it on Kijiji, but I couldn't get as much for Jamie's as I could for the McDavid card. So anyways, we'll keep working on that. But I do look forward to seeing Sergeant Day in the hockey game and see how he performs in that. So again, just thanks for all you do. And I do, you just mentioned it very eloquently. You do have a collaborative approach with your detachments, and I've seen that. So yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. We should certainly appreciate everything you do.
Thank you for that. Are there any other comments or questions at this point? Councillor Christie, and then Deputy Reeve Whitstock. Councillor Christie.
I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for what you're doing, and I appreciate the communication between you, and I think that's very important. And I was giving Deb a bad time about collectively get them guys together once in a while. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that.
Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
Well, I guess I'd start out by saying thank you very much for coming. I do appreciate everything that you guys do. But I have a question, and I know it's more to do with the provincial situation than it is with the RCMP. But when you hear the province saying 400 more boots on the ground, has there been an increased level of manpower to our collective detachments that service Kneehill County? I mean, we're into it for about 480,000 as Kneehill County is for policing. Three Hills will be in, the other Trochu will be in, Acme, Linden, Carbon will be in. Just a question, is our money buying us any manpower, or is it, that's where I'll leave it, sorry.
I can speak to that on behalf of actually Jamie with Three Hills. I believe 2 members? You've gotten 1? Okay, so he's been given 1 additional member with that last increase. I know on the Drumheller side, we haven't seen anything. I'm not sure, Greg, on your side.
Specifically to our detachment, no. However, the thing that's incoming or has been incoming for a while is the relief unit, which is planned to be based out of Beiseker, like using the Beiseker detachment as a home operation or home office, I suppose. But that will be supporting all of southern Alberta. So specific to here, I'm not aware of a new position.
And I've just confirmed with Warren that Olds Detachment has not received any additional members there. I am aware, I had this discussion actually with our district a few weeks ago. Other detachments are definitely benefiting from it in the rural areas throughout southern Alberta. I'm not sure what detachments those are, but obviously there was a method to the madness as far as selecting who gets those people, and it's probably based on, call volumes or things like that. So if I could also just, since we're talking about human resources and stuff, I just want to add to a question that Councillor Christie had there about, are we at full staff? So I just spoke with Warren at Olds, his detachment's at full staff. Jamie has 2 vacancies, of which one is this new position, correct, Jamie? So, and I know you spoke to your staffing situation already. So some of us are at full staff and some of us are just a little bit shy, but I'm familiar with other detachments that are in a much worse situation. So just by the sounds of it here, we're not sitting too bad. So hopefully that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much. The other part of that is it appears to me that there's less vacant positions than there was 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, and one thing the RCMP is doing right now is we're on a very, very aggressive recruiting campaign right now. Basically every opportunity we can, we're trying to get that word out there. If you follow social media, we have our recruiting unit is on there regularly. They're traveling all across southern Alberta and other parts of the province, trying to fill those vacancies. And I know last year at about this time, when we looked at our graduating troops at Depot, our training facility, some of them were less than half staffed, basically. They always shoot for 32 people in a graduating troop, and sometimes they were coming in with less than 15 just because of the lack of applicants that we had. I just recently received an update about that. We have multiple applicants in the program right now. We have multiple people in training, and we're seeing graduating troops now that are at that full staff level. So we need lots of more. So feel free to let people know that. If you yourself aren't interested, maybe there's a family member or a friend that you think would be a good candidate, we ask that you pass on that word. And Jamie, you had some interesting thoughts about recruiting as well. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, this area here is ideal for existing members and new members, right? The cost of living is still manageable in this area. It's attractive to people. I understand that you recently got a retired member from Calgary Police. So some good things are happening there, and as time goes on, I'm sure we're going to be doing better and better with staffing and filling any vacancies that are across the province.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the Calgary police officer, he's a retired 25-year sergeant with Calgary Police. He actually lives in Linden, and we're his home base for his reservist. So the money is going towards that. So even though, yes, he's not working full-time, I have a member leaving for the Yukon transfer here March 20th. So she'll her be vacancy. And so he's a huge asset for us to have. He wants to work in an area. He has no interest in going elsewhere to work. He just wants to work in an area. It's close to home for him, so it's a big resource that we can dip into and utilize that for our vacancies. And I can speak probably the same as all of us here. Anytime I have a hard vacancy, I am at staffing's heels immediately. As soon as I have a vacant date for my member leaving, I'm already calling staffing. I need to fill. So they're not going unnoticed. We're attacking staffing right away, saying I need to have a hard vacancy. I want to fill that right away.
Okay, appreciate that. Deputy Reeve Whitstock, you had a follow-up question?
Well, not so much of a question, but thank you very much for the answer. I kind of suspected that Well, I expected that answer. But obviously, what I'd like to do is thank you very much for the work that you do with the personnel that you have. Because obviously, those personnel are working harder and harder all the time because there is more and more crime coming forward. I mean, I know your stats show it's decreasing. I'm hoping that it's all being reported. But we live in my area, we live too close to a center that is not very amicable for us as rural residents to associate with. So thanks again for everything that you do.
So again, opportunity, any further comment or questions? I'm not seeing any. However, I do want to say on behalf of council and our community, how much we do appreciate the work that you're doing. And there might be moments in time where we're overly delighted to see you because we have great need of your assistance. And there might be those moments when we're maybe not as enthused about it. But the reality is what the work you're doing within our communities is critical for safety, for the protection of our residents. And believe me, it is very much appreciated. And I want to say how much I appreciate the fact that all four of you came today and are here and sharing your thoughts on policing and what's happening in your own districts. And I also want to say that if Kneehill County can be of assistance, you know Deb very, very well, and she would be more than happy to help. And I want to say to Jamie that if you ever want to come to one of our townhouse events, our ratepayer events, I'm sure you'd be more than welcome there too. And I guess all of you would be, in truth. So any last comments from your side?
I think I can speak on behalf of all of us here. We want to thank you for having us all here today. Probably, you know, in reality, we don't do this enough, but we know everybody's busy. You know, our phone is always on and our door is always open. If you want to have us back at any time for anything, let us know and we'll be back. And you know, it's wonderful to hear your closing comments and your support. And we thank all of you for that. So that means a lot to us. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, I think as a whole, this council is very supportive of RCMP and what's happening in Alberta. And so
thank you.
For myself personally, I'm very grateful for the police force that we have and the effects that you're having in our community. So thank you to all of you. Very much appreciated. So
thank you. Thank you, everybody.
And thanks for being here today.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. So I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute recess. So recess till 11, and then we'll go back to our conversation surrounding Horseshoe Canyon. So we're in recess till 11. Okay, it's 11:01, so I'm going to call our council meeting back to order. And we had delayed our continued conversation around Horseshoe Canyon. And so I'm going to welcome back Ms. Sherlock and Ms. Kester. And I invite you to pick up again where we left off. So whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you. And through the chair, I was able to pull some numbers there to answer some of the questions that have arisen. So the first one were the traffic numbers. So in the Sunday of the July long in 2023, which ended up being July 2nd, we had 406 vehicles visit. So again, we take those numbers and we multiply them by 2.5, just averaging for the number of occupants within a vehicle. And then the closest Saturday in July, so that would be the 22nd in 2023, we had 361 vehicles. And then the closest Friday in August, the August 11th, 2023, we had 242 vehicles throughout the day. And then, so that's the traffic numbers for the site, just for reference, that we typically get. That July long weekend was very, very busy. I recall from the staff who were working there, the parking lots were full. And then typically, yeah, the weekends, we see quite a few people through there.
So just before you leave that,
Yep.
So if we're actually having a farmer's market event on a day like that, do we open additional parking, or we just are restricted to the parking that we have?
So the parking, we're kind of restricted to the parking that we have. We have the two paved lots, and then on the second paved lot there, we call our overflow parking. There's some gravel off one end and actually a grassed area on the other that we allow people to park on as well. And then should all of that fill up, then we're able to direct people over to the NCC parking lot on the far side there, as well as the campground does have some additional parking as well.
Okay, just before you go ahead, Mr. Gannon, I just was curious, because if we say we had a fairly full parking lot, just normal traffic, and then we had a farmer's market there, the potential is we'd have actually increased traffic. So
yeah,
that was my curiosity. So, Mr. Gannon?
Thank you through the chair. I just want to let council know that if this was approved to move forward, administration would be looking operationally of what that parking plan would look like, which may include isolating certain areas just for visitors of the canyon and separating certain areas for the market as well, right? Like if individuals are not partaking in the market, we want to make sure that there's parking for the market and also parking to explore the canyon.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
And so then, unless there's any further questions from council on the traffic numbers, I also was able to pull up specifically the social media numbers. And so the influencer that we used was Curiosity YYC. And so they promote different events in the Calgary and surrounding areas, and through both posts and stories on Instagram. And so the reach and impressions that we got from them, they reached 70,674 individuals was their, they call it impression, so that's however many people saw it come up on their screen. And then the interactions directly with the post were 765. And then for the story, so we did a post and a story, and so for the story, it had 5,595 impressions. And so then to kind of collaborate that with, I was able to look up our Eventbrite visitation numbers. So on the days that we had those, so the post went out on August 8th, we ended up seeing a jump in up to 330 visits on the Eventbrite site that day. And then on August 15th, when the story went out, we saw an additional 248 visits to the Eventbrite page. So that's just on the general influencer side. And then on the social media boosts, what we're able to do is we were able to target a specific area for social media. And so that's through Meta, through Facebook, Instagram. And that post, we did a boost from June 30th to July 28th. And that reached 10,172 people. With 560 clicks through on that. And then the second boost was July 31st to August 14th, and that reached 14,176 people with 722 clicks. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McGee.
Before we move on, I just want to ask you, I noticed last year that there was a blurb on the Drumheller radio station.
Mm-hmm.
Was that something you asked for, or did they interview you? I couldn't tell by the way I saw the item, and if I recall correctly, it did increase sales right afterwards, correct?
So there were two kind of things that went on with the Drumheller radio station. We did do a paid advertising spiel. That was just kind of the generic through, Jenna, what's the name of the company that we did the advertising through?
It was just on
Drumheller. Yeah, it was on the Drumheller station. Yeah. Yeah. And then they actually reached out and did an interview, and that was of their own insight to do. And I don't know that I have direct numbers on the date and whether that, well, it didn't boost sales because it was later. It was more on for the market. And so when I gave that interview, that was focused on the market itself. So the unfortunate thing with the translation of that type of advertising into visitation, we don't really have that direct number. But we do believe that it helped get local word out, so.
Okay, so continue on then, please.
Okay. So before we wrap up this specific event, so again, this is one of a few options that we're bringing forward. There was the question brought forward of the market composition. Just for clarification's sake for administration, would we be able to get, I guess from each member, what their opinion of the market composition should be? Because if we move forward with this as an option, that will be something that we will need to have clear.
Okay, so earlier you said that the sort of standard for Alberta Farmers Market was 80% local Alberta product and then 20% Canadian made?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what?
Yeah, I don't even know if it was Canadian made. I think it was just general other business.
Okay, Mr. Gannon?
Thank you. Through the chair, my suggestion would be that council go through the rest of the report right now and make a determination if they want to continue with proceeding with the market. And then if you do, we'll need some of those clarity pieces at the end to understand what that direction would look like and what those levels of success would look like.
Okay, that's good. Yep.
Sure.
So if you want to continue on then, please, Ms. Sherlock.
Absolutely. So going on to the next slide.
So the next part here is the community ag event that we've discussed putting on as a county. So we have a couple options here. Option A would be the Ag Connection Day. The concepts would be a kickoff to Open Farm Days, so it'd be that same weekend, the August 17th weekend, I believe, with an ag learning trade show featuring representatives from different commodity groups. The audience would be the non-farm, locals, and visitors. Strategic link, level of service, economic resilience, effective leadership, and success indicators from that would be the number of visitors, visitor learning, and number of participants at the event. And option B would be the Ag Community Celebration, which would be the open dinner and entertainment for Ag community members. And the audience would be our farming locals here in the region. And around the same strategic links there, quality of life, level of service, effective leadership, and success indicators there would be the number of guests and the guest satisfaction. Next slide. So option A, the Ag Connection Day. In keeping with the Ag Service Board business plan mandate of promoting agriculture, an Ag Connection Day would provide attendees, both local and outside visitors, the opportunity to connect with the different types of agriculture and learn more about where their food comes from. To continue with the established partnership with Open Farm Days, this event would kick off the Open Farm Days weekend on Friday, August 16th, 2024 at the Swalwell Community Center. The event would include farm commodity booths, farm-themed games and bouncy units, catered or food trucks for meal at a cost, equipment experience, so access to real farm equipment, and door prize survey draws.
So just some of the further details on the Ag Connection Day option. So the resources listed here, different advertising, as well as those farm games bouncy units, the food vendor, whatever option that we decided to go with, and then the prizes and the forms to do so for that door prize draw, one to kind of gather interest and two also to gather some information on the attendees. And then the staffing, again, we would need the planning and coordinating time, the producer recruitment time, site setup and tear down, someone to manage parking and traffic, safety first aid, and then follow-up reporting time. So potential costs for hosting would be $22,000, exclusive of staff time. And then potential revenue could be through the meal sales as well as through sponsorships. There could also be some potential savings in staff time through volunteers and partnerships with different community groups in hosting this event. Are there any questions on option A?
I don't see any at this time, so if you want to continue.
Okay. Okay, option B, Ag Community Celebration. As suggested through COW and ASB discussions, this event would be a celebratory event for the local agriculture community. To allow maximum attendance from the farming community, it would be hosted on Friday, July 26th, with this year's event taking place at, was it supposed to be August 17th?
Nope.
Oh, that's right, okay. Sorry about that.
Right day.
Okay. Yeah. The event could include a catered meal open to all attendees, farm-themed games, bouncy units, Ag for Life farm safety trailer, live musical entertainment, and a door prize survey draw. And next slide.
So again, with this one, we've listed off the different advertising options. Other costs that would come with it would be, as this would be an open meal for everyone, there would be the catering, the cost of the live entertainment, farm-themed games and bouncy units, the Ag for Life farm safety trailer, the cost for prizes and forms, and then, of course, the staffing required, planning and coordinating, site setup, tear down, traffic and parking, safety first aid, and follow-up reporting. The potential budget for hosting this type of event would be $30,000. And the potential revenue could be through sponsorship with local businesses. And as well as with the previous one, potential labor savings could come through volunteers and different partnerships with different organizations.
Okay, are there any questions at this point, or? Okay, no, I think we're ready to go on.
Okay. And so then the next slide, so this would be the addition since the package was put together and put out. So about a weekend, a little bit ago, there was a meeting through the Open Farm Days cluster development training sessions that there is a group of local like-minded individuals who are working to put together an event in Trochu the weekend of the Open Farm Days. Tentative plans include utilizing the Trochu Arboretum to host a local food market, agriculture-centered demonstrations and workshops, entertainment such as music, games, and food trucks, and there are also potentially some other events happening in Trochu that weekend. So the flower show and county fair at the Trochu Community Center is occurring, and then the Ag Society is also looking at some sort of rodeo event that weekend as well. So there would be a lot going on to draw people into the center to Trochu, and it's looking to be similar to some of the plans that I proposed in the Ag Connection Day. So potentially there may be an opportunity for us to participate as a partner in hosting this event, similar to how we co-host some of our other ag service events with other entities. And as there's a larger group coordinating the event, it would be more of a partnership. There would be, kind of minimal staffing that would need to be put into supporting this, and then potentially just some financial support for maybe some of the supplies and advertising. Yes, so this is, like I said, something that has kind of come together through some of those Open Farm Days training events, and yeah, there's a great group of people that are really motivated to do this. So it's something that looks like it will be going ahead either way, but it's more on whether we want to be a part of it. So.
Okay, any question or comment currently? Councillor Christie.
Just a comment, that's got my interest for sure. Like if there's other functions that we can work with, I think we all win.
Okay, Councillor Penner.
I love it. This is what I was hoping for, that we could work with our adjoining ag societies or whichever groups in the communities. 100% behind this. I like all the ideas, but this is what I was really hoping to come out of this, was to work with groups within our county.
Councillor McGee.
I've had the privilege of being part of these meetings, and I have to tell you, it is an exceptional opportunity for our residents and our surrounding area people to take a very engaging event that takes a lot of work and time, but not from our own staff. I think the facilitating of even just simply the sessions that we have done has been money and time extremely well spent, because I believe our job is to facilitate our residents having a community, not to make it happen for them. And this clearly is exactly what that is. I also really appreciate that their passion is to be very engaging with people and very educational with people. It is, I think it's going to be an exciting event when we see it all pulled together.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comment, questions at this time? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so if you want to continue forward in the presentation, please.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the next slide we have here are items for future consideration. We've talked about this before at the previous CAL meeting, but at some point we'll want to bring back the marquee event, which would be similar to the long table dinner, and it would be a local economic development showcase. A singular event similar to a long table dinner to bring in interested parties and industry investors to showcase what Horseshoe Canyon and Kneehill County have to offer. We've also had discussions about having a market at the Three Hills Airport, collaboration with them on the possibility of it being held there inside the hangar or outdoors if it was a nice day. This would allow for already built in place infrastructure as well as closer proximity to urban centers. And then we've also been looking into a community event trailer. Administration is looking into purchasing a promotional barbecue trailer for events in the region. Opportunities exist for Kneehill County to host meals for events, as well as the trailer may be available for rent for groups and societies to use for their own events. Any questions on that slide?
Not seeing any right at the moment.
Okay. All right, next slide.
So that brings us to the end of the options that we have available to council. And so from here, what we're looking for is the motions before you on a selection for which event or events you would like to see move forward, and what the final budgets are for those. I do know that the participation in the cluster development one doesn't have a solid number in front of you. And that's more, I guess, fluid into what council's wishes are for the level of support that they would like to put out. I did include the numbers there for what advertising costs are available. And so those are numbers that we could potentially put forward towards this type of event. So.
Councillor McGee.
Having said that, help me understand, is this not also though under the umbrella of the Open Farms group, and they'll be in charge of a lot of that advertising and
Yes.
Coordinating of everything, so.
Yeah, so there's
we would have minimal expenses around that kind of piece,
yeah,
right?
exactly. The additional advertising that I'm thinking would be more, we would definitely, like, I think the design costs, that would be them. We wouldn't need that. More of, if we wanted to do additional radio ads, any of the social media campaigns, that type of thing, additional newspaper advertising, those types of things aren't covered under Open Farm Days. And so would be additional costs that we could put towards this event to help make it a success.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. As you can see, the team presented a lot of different options and opportunities within the multitude of events. Through the last minute submission, there's a lot of great opportunities with that partnership. My concern is that to ensure that Kneehill County is represented appropriately, we're appropriately at the table, not just financially. We're there participating in some method. We're promoting who we are as an organization and as a community in some fashion, which would revolve around some resource, some giveaway, something in order to be able to be a participant as well. We don't want to overtake the event. That's not our intention, nor do I believe they want us to. But we haven't had the conversations of how or what that may look like yet. So if that's a decision council would like us to explore further, there may require another conversation back to council of how that partnership or how that partner would like us part of the event, and what opportunities further it may create. So there's the funding aspect, which is great, but not quite certain of our level of participation within the event at this point.
Okay, thank you for that. Other discussion, comments, thoughts? This is our opportunity to provide some direction. Councillor Christie.
For sure, I'd like to be a partner involved in with the Ag Society. I want to be a partner and I don't want to overshadow them. So I want to support them, but not compete with them. So I think it's important that we have an ongoing discussion with them of what they want and then follow it from there.
So just for clarification, is the Trochu event being put on by the Trochu Ag Society, or is it a larger community group that's doing that?
No, so the Egg Society is putting on a potential rodeo event that day. This is more through the Arboretum and through some other just individuals that are working together to, you know, participate as booths and as collaborative community members.
Councillor McGee?
It's an Open Farms Day event under their umbrella.
Councillor Christie?
I know that the flower show is pretty much driven by one person, so.
Yeah.
So to get, what do you call it, participation for that group is really important, I think. Because they have lots of demonstration and stuff, but not much support on the volunteer side.
Councillor Penner?
When I said I was so happy we partner up with ag societies, I just mean any group. It could be a sports day group, it could be anybody within our, so I'd like to partner with anybody to work along with them or help them out where they need help.
Go ahead, Ms. Sherlock.
Through the chair, there was discussion at the meeting there about communicating, because the Egg Society wasn't able to be at that meeting, and so there was discussion of communicating with them, because there actually are grants directly to Egg Societies for Open Farm Days events. And so there was going to be some communication to them on that opportunity and whether they wanted to explore that further too. So that may also come up as an opportunity for partnership depending on what level they decide to do for their event.
Okay, I know that the Trochu Ag Society is quite active in chasing grant money, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that they're already have it on their radar for sure. Any other comments specific to the Trochu event and possible partnership? I'm not seeing any, so I'll add my comment. I think that I would like to have a bunch more information on exactly what's happening in regards to that event. I think I'd be very supportive of a partnership there, but I know oftentimes there's a whole bunch of things that happen in the town and they're not necessarily connected well, and it sounds to me like they're working hard to make some of those connections. So I would like to see some more information and potentially what's being proposed as a partnership and participation for Kneehill County. Councillor McGee.
I'm sorry, I'm going to disagree with you.
Okay, fine. Go ahead. It's allowed.
In my opinion, what this actually is Open Farm Days asking us if we would like to be part of an event that they are helping get happening in the Trochu area. The details of the event is whether or not we want to be part of this event or not. The details is not ours to care for, it's Open Farms and the committee they've made. And we don't need the details if we know we want to be part of an Open Farms event, in my opinion. So under our ag things, we've always wanted to participate in Open Farms. So is this what we want to do for the Open Farms weekend would be more the question I would have, as opposed to should we participate because we have enough details? I think the details, like any partnership, when you know the gist of it and the purpose and the dates of it, the details are for that committee to take care of.
So I guess my question more relates to the fact that if we're partnering with this event in the Trochu area and it costs X dollars for us to do it, great. But do we also want to have a separate event in a separate part of Kneehill County that's specific Kneehill County? And so to me, the evaluation of like I said, I'm not opposed to us participating and being involved. But the whole conversation we're having today is around spending dollars to promote ag in Kneehill County. And so if we're gonna spend dollars to promote ag, excuse me, ag in Kneehill County, are we being effective with the dollars that we're spending? So that's the only question I'm asking. And so I'm not saying let's not participate or let's not support. I happen to be a big supporter of the Trochu area for some reason. And so I'm not saying that, but what I am saying is that if you came to me and said, Kneehill County is going to participate and it's cost us $15,000 and you give me no detail on what that's going to cover, then I'm going to say no. But if you come to me and say, we're going to participate and this is the money we're going to spend and here's what we're getting in return for that money, then I'm more likely to say yes. So I'm not saying don't participate. What I'm saying is let's get involved. Let's find out what's necessary and then come back and say, we're going to participate and this is what it would cost us if we do that. And here's what we get for the dollars we're investing. That's more what I'm interested in. Councillor Penner.
I'm just going to say thanks. That clarifies it.
Councillor Penner.
A question, I wasn't able to attend the cluster development movement group. Are they from all parts of the county? Like, can you see this group moving it around if there was ratepayers from different parts of the community?
Potentially, there are individuals involved from all parts of the county. And it would really, right now, some of the biggest participants are members of the Arboretum. And so that's kind of where that location has come in. And there's a few closer to Trochu, but there are members from all over the county. So, and it's less of an organized group and more of a, these are the people we were able to get to come to the training and that's, so yeah, it's not a closed thing. It's just people who, this is kind of what, when they put their heads together, that's what they've come up with.
So just for clarification again, so this Trochu event is probably not that portable, but the people might be?
Yeah.
So what they're really focused on is having something happen in relation to the Arboretum, in relation to the fairground, the Ag Society and the rodeo, et cetera, and then the flower show that happens within the community center. So if we got a critical mass of people who are interested in moving an event somewhere else, that could possibly be something we would do as well, but this one's very Trochu specific.
Yeah, yeah.
Councillor McGee.
Just to clarify that too, what I think you need to know is the idea of this event was first, where to locate it was next. So this group really liked the idea of this type of event. They had the ideas of groups coming together, families being engaging in some type of ag type activities like working with worms. I know. There'll be some interesting creative ways of working, have people actually engaged in activities that they participate in. So they had those ideas first, and then they said, where can we go? And it was nice enough, Trochu Arboretum happened to be part of that group and said, well, we're willing to host it for the first year as a pilot. So it's not a Trochu Arboretum event. They were the ones who stepped up and said, we can provide the space for this event that was already being looked at.
Okay, any other questions or comments? What I would like to say is, are we coming to a point where we're saying we're interested in the Trochu event, Trochu area event for that specific date, and some more information on how we might partner, and then willing to look at what else we might be wanting to suggest. Councillor Penner and then Councillor Forbes.
I'm just going to throw it out there. I think the country market, great idea, 3 days. It's a pilot program. When it comes to Ag Connection and Ag Celebration, to me, that's the same thing. Our producers, I think we celebrate them all the time, but they don't want to just have an event just for them. A lot of them are busy, but if we can bring it both together, it could be the safety aspect and the actual producers themselves all in one, like that, just bring the whole community together, not single them out. You know, so I think that is those two things are a one event. And for this year, I'm 100% behind supporting this group. We can see where it goes. Do we need an Egg Connection Day and an Egg Celebration Day? To me, this is the day, if this group has come forward. That's my thoughts.
Okay, Councillor Forbes?
Sorry, Carrie.
I was,
Sorry,
no,
Doug.
it's all good. I was gonna go down that same road as well. We're either choosing one or choosing the other. I'm not in favor of doing both. So we're either gonna go on board and help support them over here, or we're gonna do it over here in Swalwell. That's my thought. I'm in favor of, I still think the 3 markets are gonna be too much for our people, but we can try a pilot project and see what happens.
Councillor Penner?
My other thought was, sorry, to do with the country market. I loved hearing Mr. Gannon talk about giving our local stalls a discount to encourage them. If you're from Kneehill County, from the county, the word county is there, it's going to cost you $20 or it's free or something like that. I love hearing that. But do we have to stick with the Alberta country market standards? Do we have to have 80% or can you jump around, or does that affect your funding, or?
No, so, sorry, through the chair, because we don't host, you have to host 8 markets per year to qualify to be an Alberta farmers market. So it's a council decision.
Okay, so in saying that, I've got no problems with the percentage. I don't like international product. I'm happy with Canadian, but that's just my thoughts.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comment? Oh, Mr. Gannon, sorry, I didn't see your hand there.
Thank you. Through the chair, holding the other portfolio of economic development, I just want to be cognizant of understanding of not all of our potential home businesses or businesses out there, their product or what they choose to move forward is Canadian based, and that's unfortunate, but it's the truth of what's out there. My suggestion is, in order to be somewhat inclusive of all of our business partners within the area, because this is not, from my understanding, eccentric of, this is not about ag. This is about an opportunity combined with providing businesses a platform and also showcasing Horseshoe Canyon at the same time. I would recommend that council approve that, that we offer the opportunity to all businesses that are within Kneehill County, if they choose, to be able to participate, but offer a certain percentage. We can bring that back to council for consideration, what that percentage is. But where we're targeting food, we're targeting artisan, we're targeting, let's say like the Tupperwares or things like that. If that's the businesses we have within our area, this is a venue that we can support them. So if we have extra seats at the table, I suggest use them. If we have an overflow of individuals, maybe there needs to be more decisions made for future, understanding that. But there's also a first come, first serve type of mentality for us, that sometimes we can't pick and choose unless we have those markets. And then coming down to the last time within our reservation, if you want to participate, then we fill them with whoever's left on that table.
Councillor McGee?
Like what you're saying, I had a note here to suggest that I would love to see that we make priority to businesses that reside in Kneehill County, even over the townships. So could we have an opening early registration date line just for those people, and then it opens up to the general after that? And included in that would be maybe some of the artisans that you're particularly attracted to inviting from past times, so that we are still keeping the image that is the overall hope for this, which to me is Kneehill County businesses and our ag tourism and ag businesses. So that's my opinion. I think I'm going to go off topic slightly from what we were talking about, because it applies to everything we're saying. I don't think we have clear objectives here. And so we keep confusing and going in circles whenever we have been talking about this event. What is our actual objective with the $66,000? Is it that we want it to be, the way we promoted it a while ago was, we promoted the market as strengthening and supporting businesses in the Kneehill County area while promoting local business, agritourism, and tourism, is how we listed it in prior information that we had sent out. That's awesome, but I think we as a council need to be cognizant that that is the objective, if that's the objective. Is the objective about business and ag? Is this a partnership between your two portfolios, or is this solely to promote ag, and does it land fully on ag with some business component of it because it's ag businesses? I think our objective is not extremely clear, and I think that's what creates this going around in circles problem. So I'm just wanting to hear from administration, how would you put the objective together?
Well, before I ask administration to do that, since you brought it up, Councillor McGee, I'm asking you first. How would you see us putting the promotional indicators on this event? Like, what do you see us wanting to promote through this event?
My opinion has always been that it was always, and I'd like to maintain, that we do exactly as I said, the strengthen and support business in Kneehill County. And then if we want to add and promote our ag community or something else, that's the second part of the objective. But this started off as a point to strengthen and support Kneehill County businesses, and I'd like us to be sure that that is a clear objective.
Okay, anybody else on council want to weigh in before I chase down administration? Councillor Cunningham, is that your hand I see? Sorry.
Yep. I think we're making this really complicated, and I don't know if it has to be that. Like, I know when we just spoke about, want to maybe focus on the ag community, we might have a vendor that the product isn't necessarily tied to agriculture, but maybe she's a farm wife that's looking to supplement her income. So I think we're, honestly, I think we're getting too in the weeds, shall we say? Like, I just not sure why we want to be limiting of it. We could look at every vendor that was even down at Horseshoe Canyon last year. I have a ratepayer that sells coffee. Well, I can tell you the coffee beans don't come from Alberta. So, like, how far do we want to go down the rabbit hole here? I know one company, some of their products are made in Alberta, some are made down east. They might get a few from the United States. Like, how far are we wanting to vet this process? Do we just open it up and let people come and let the consumers decide what they want to buy? That's kind of what, to me, the market's all about. And again, the more people we get to the canyon, the more showcase we're bringing to it. So that's just my thoughts on that.
So I guess I'll just weigh in here with my understanding of what I've heard. And I don't think you really are in disagreement with each other, because I hear Councillor McGee saying we want to first and foremost promote, strengthen, and support local business. And that's not exclusive to ag, that's local business. So that's people doing business within Kneehill County. And then in addition to that, do we want to promote the ag side of our community and the businesses within that part of our community? So Councillor Cunningham, I don't see you really being at odds with each other. I think you're both on the same page very much.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I just, yeah, I
Yes,
think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right, Reeve. It's not that, but I just think when we talked about how we're gonna, vet the process, I just think that's getting just too overly complicated. I think we just need to let the people organically come and, no, promote business. That's what we're here to do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gannon, you're going to tread where no one else wants to go?
Thank you. Through the chair. Once again, I love the discussion and conversation. I want to remind council that this is a pilot project as well. And the more information we can gather by the type of vendors that want to participate and opening that up rather than limiting it will give us a better understanding of the opportunity and future opportunity of a market within the Horseshoe Canyon footprint. At the same time, I'm a true believer of supporting all businesses within our county. And if there's an opportunity of some way of moving a event that can capture or provide an opportunity for those businesses, I think that it gives us a great way of building our relationships with those customers, but exposing them to a great asset that has customer base coming into it. So as far as administration goes, we can facilitate a Kneehill County first approach. We can do that, definitely. But ultimately, we're looking at the pilot project of, is this going to be an efficient or potential future model for a market, a permanent market at this site in the future? Or is this going to be just dipping our toe in and finding out how often we do this for the benefit of economic development within our region? So there's many different strategies that can come from the information from this pilot. I would think that those reductions or potential reductions you may want to look at, maybe at the future at the larger market. But I'll explain from the research we've done, we've seen. Other markets very rarely limit participation at the market unless there is a safety issue. It's just not a good emblem for the market in some fashion or another. So there are some restrictions, potentially. It's liquor, it's tobacco. It could be many different facets that they're removing that from their delivery. But I believe that this is a good window for us to promote our local businesses first, and then as a partner, attract others around us.
Okay, so I think what I'm understanding is we definitely have a Kneehill County first attitude, but not exclusive. And so there were vendors at the market last year that I thought fit very well within that marketplace, that if we took a Kneehill County only approach would be excluded, and I think that would be to our detriment. So I think the goal is we want to attract vendors, and we want to attract more vendors than what we've had in the past, and we need to provide that opportunity by looking at what our local businesses are doing and then encouraging them and promoting them and helping them develop that business model. And if the market works for them, open the door. I think that's my personal opinion. So I guess we're kind of at a point where I'm looking to kind of say, okay, so I'm going to ask is, first and foremost, support for partnershiping with Trochu, and I heard from Deb and Carrie and myself and Faye basically all saying there would be support for us to do that. So I guess I'm looking to Laura Lee, Wade, and Jerry. I see Laura Lee weighing in to say absolutely there would be support there. And I think I heard Wade say earlier that, okay, and Jerry, what do you think? You're on board? Thumbs up? Okay. So I think the direction we're giving to you, administration and staff, is to say if there's an opportunity to participate with Trochu in an open Farmers Day event, we're all on board with that. The next question I would ask, is there a desire to do anything more beyond that in terms of promoting the ag community in the 2024 year? And Carrie, I see a no. Okay, Faye? Councillor Penner?
I don't think it's necessary, but if we can see how this event goes and going forward, maybe it will be next year. Just
okay, thank you. Councillor Christie?
I support the Trochu thing, and for sure, if that's really successful, I'd like to see it move around the county, but that takes that volunteer group that started up there. If it's a, what do you call it, a community conversation, and the Arboretum was first at the plate, let's follow, see where it goes. But for sure, I would like to partner with that group, and with more information before I fully commit to what they think we can do, or what, you know, where they want to go as their program.
Okay, thank you. Laura Lee, what's your thoughts?
I'm in 100% supporting the Open Farm Days concept in Trochu, and I applaud them. That's how things happen when we get these volunteers rolling. So kudos to them for doing that. The market concept, which we're talking about that too? Yeah.
Just in terms of a different event, Open Farm Days focused, yes, no?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. And Deputy Reeve Whitstock? Additional event to Trochu.
Well, I don't particularly feel that it would be viable to do a standalone additional Ag Days. But if we have some visibility at maybe some of our sports days that are occurring around the community, I mean, I don't know how much we'd want to be involved with it, probably not, but as long as there's some sort of, I don't know, maybe a little bit of sponsorship for something or other, or ultimately just to have some visibility at these events.
Okay.
I know that there are ag-related events at the Acme Sports Day. There's probably some at the Linden Sports Day also. Just to be there and be present would be good for us, I think.
Okay, so what I'm taking from our conversation at this point in time is that there is support in terms of partnership with the Trochu event. We're not looking for a Kneehill County promoted event separate from that one. And then just a suggestion that if there's other opportunities to partnership with existing events that we could maybe get some visibility out of, then maybe that's something we would consider, but it would be by event probably more than anything. And again, I think even with this Trochu event, we want to maybe at some point in time be talking about dollars and cents and staff time and those kind of things that would be involved. Okay, so that kind of gets us to the event side of things. Now I want to go back to the market. We've talked about makeup, what our objective has been and will be. We're talking a pilot project of 3 but in this current 2024 year. And again, I'm looking for direction from council as far as support for that trial program in the 2024 year. So again, I'm going to basically, I think I've seen from Councillor Penner an indication of support, and I would be, myself personally, I would be supportive of that approach in terms of learning something for future. Councillor Christie, comment, please.
I'm fully supportive of the 3 markets, and I appreciate the different dates that they selected to try and hit different markets to see what the results were. I think it's, as a pilot project, I think we need the information back from that for further development in that area.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
I would support.
Okay. Councillor McGee.
I would support, but I have to reiterate, I think it needs to be very clear the objective of why we're doing it. We are a governance group with a governance purpose, and we haven't had a governance definition over this decision. And I think that's, to me, the piece that's missing that caused so much getting into the weeds that we didn't need to get into. If we have that clarity of knowing what departments are responsible, then it's better clarified when we have that objective clear. And I think we haven't been clear over the years about it. It's been kind of, we'll throw it in however it works. And I don't think that's good governance. I think we need to know why we're doing it. What is the objective? Having said that, I really believe that markets at Horseshoe Canyon is a great way for us to get our economic development moving as well. We haven't had a lot of visible ways of having economic development being happening and making big differences in our community. And I think this would be a great debut for how much we really are committed to seeing Kneehill businesses supported. So yes, I'm very much in favor.
Okay, Councillor Penner, was there any comment you wanted to add beyond what you said earlier?
No, not really. We'll get into more detail, like, you talk about the $60, $50, whatever. Is that all for all 3 days, each day, that kind of information, so.
Okay, so I'll continue the polling process then. Councillor Cunningham?
So I want to go back and maybe ask Mr. Gannon or Mr. Hogan. In the beginning of the presentation, there was some comments about lower service deliveries for the rest of the county, the overtime that will be required, and do we have the staff? So I guess I legitimately want to ask, do we have the capabilities to make 3 markets work?
Mr. Hogan, Mr. Gannon?
Thank you, through the chair. It'd all be contingent on our seasonal staff that are hired to come forward to understand what we're getting in. If it does go forward and we don't get the appropriate staffing levels in there, it may affect our service delivery of other programs, and we can advise council of that should that turn in that direction. We are strongly based within the ag department for our temporary staff allocation. So the best answer I can have for you, Councillor Cunningham, is that it's all contingent on what we get in and the available to staff the positions that we try every summer.
Mr. Hogan?
So to build upon that, what Mr. Gannon said is, if we are assuming that we get the staff, like the seasonal staff, like Mr. Gannon said, then I think the short answer is yes. Knowing that we will be incurring some of those other costs that will show up, well, they won't show up because they'll be part of the salaries lines in the budget and things like that, that we're required to do. If we don't get those staff, then we would be back in front of council saying, here are some other areas where you might see a decrease.
So I also want to just say that this event, in whatever shape it has taken in the past, has always taken staff time. So in reality, we've always had some reduction in service in other areas in order to put this event on. So what I'm hearing administration say is that, assuming we have the normal seasonal staff in place, that we will see some reductions in service just like we have in the past, but we should be able to facilitate making the event happen. Mr. Gannon.
Through the chair, that's absolutely correct, Reeve. Administration is trying to do a better job at educating council on those impact to service levels, which is one of the main reasons that we would be bringing that information back to council to understand. We usually manage within and prioritize in the background administratively on where are pinch points and issues that we have. It seems quite seamless, but it does take a lot of work. But we want to be able to present the information back to council. We're unsure of some of the pinch points. We have not done 3 markets before, right? So there could be some time savings. There could be some increased time allocations. But this is running a pilot project that you learn these things and you understand that level of effort. Did we try to talk to the individual markets out there? We absolutely did, but there's a complete different model from an established market that is there consistently to one that is being put on with the intent of finding an opportunity.
Okay, thank you for that. So, Councillor Cunningham, again, just following up with you.
So I do have a little bit of a problem making a decision when I'm basing some of this on assumptions. So I'm having a little bit of trouble with that. I look forward to the education that we're going to get on service levels. So I look forward to that coming to us. I'm looking at the $34,000. I'm not prepared to pay any more than $34,000. It's a stretch right there for me. So I guess my concern is administration going to come back and say, we cannot do this at the current staffing level and now ask for more money for staffing? Because that will be a no for me. So just wondering if I could have some clarification if we're going to keep into that $34,000 budget.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. That's a great question again. The whole premise of this was exploring with our internal resources and explaining our internal resources. We have not looked at what an outside position would look like, nor have we presented any contracting opportunities within this RP. So to answer completely, there is no understanding within the work or this proposed pilot project to hire more staff for it, because when you hire staff for a potential temporary opportunity, it does create some problems. So we're trying to use the current staffing contingency, as the Reeve explained, under the previous model where some of the service levels may be affected, and then present back to council when we understand clearer of when we're facing some of those pinch points, and really go through this process together, because it is a pilot project and we're all going to learn from it.
So just doing some fast math in my head, it looks to me like we had about between $300 and $3,500 in that budget for each event for Bouncy Castle and entertainment, and entertainment, Bouncy Castle, and what was the other, door prize draws. And then we had, depending on how you want to look at it, for design, poster printing, flyer printing, highway signs, social media, influencer, newspaper ads, we could be somewhere around $5,000 plus per event. So maybe as much as $15,000 to $20,000 on that side of things, plus approximately $3,000 a piece per event. So that's $9,000. So we're sitting in the $25,000 to $30,000 range, just doing rough math. And so that says to me that the potential exists based on the numbers that are in front of us today, that we could pull off 3 markets in a budget of $34,000. And that's exclusive of staff time. So that's not talking about what might be required from our own staff. So I don't know if that helps Councillor Cunningham at all, but I'm just doing some really fast in my head math. So Councillor Phopes.
For clarity for the public listening, what exactly has to happen from staff to prepare the site for a market? Because you're going to have to do this 3 times in a row. So I just want this also for my knowledge.
Absolutely. So because there are additional facilities that are needed, as well as just the general site cleanup. So we do a very detailed overview of the site, doing mowing, the general maintenance that we regularly do, but making sure that it's tip-top shape before the event, all of the outhouse cleaning, etc. And then because of the way that the site is, especially this year with the leveling that's expected to go on, there will be a little bit of hands-on preparation for making sure that the site itself is leveled out properly. And then we have the marking of where all the booths go, and ensuring that people have a clear understanding of where their booths will be situated and where their vehicles are to be parked, as well as if there are any of the entertainment aspects added into the event. There is the setup for the stage and the tent for that. And then like it said, the additional facilities, so outhouses and hand washing stations, garbages moving, those types of items being placed onto the site, as well as we have our safety booth set up as well, so that we have a very clearly marked location where people can go for that information, as well as for our vendors for our emergency plan on the site there. So that's kind of the lead up to, and then the day of course, is getting vendors situated, blocking off certain areas during the setup, and then the directing of the traffic, whether they be vendors or then later on the attendees, and making sure that that site is run in an organized manner that is safe for everybody to participate, and taking down any of the blocks that we've put up to the public so that they know that they're able to access the area. And then throughout the day doing lots of, we have to, in order to comply with AHS, we have to check the garbages, the washrooms, the hand washing stations hourly, and ensuring that those are kept tidy and maintained, and then doing the cleanup afterwards to take down everything we've set up. And that's just a quick, not a full comprehensive list. That's just the things that I can think of off the top of my head.
So to me, it appears that a lot of the promotional side of this, because we're having 3 events, can be sort of, there's power in the fact that we have 3 events, and so there's definitely spillover from one event to the next. The individual radio ads per event, those things are gonna, but you're not gonna recreate the wheel each time you do an event. So really, in terms of, like for the staff, it's gonna be really that day before and day of and potentially day after, depending on how fast things go up and go down. But as far as I'm concerned, we've already authorized the landscaping and the electrical, so that's not part of what's happening in these farmers markets. We've already said yes to that. And so the site prep is going to be more specific to that actual event, and making sure the vendors have a space and everything is safe and secure and all of those kind of things. Set up, take down, supervise during the day. There's a lot of time involved with an event like that. But anyway, go ahead, Mr. Gann.
Thank you, through the chair. Reeve, you're absolutely correct. The planning of the event and the day before, the day of, and the day after are the crucial labor days. We need to make sure that we're supporting those customers that are coming and those who are presenting goods for opportunity. And if we don't situate them properly or manage that traffic in and out, it could do a variable of things. It could cause potential for injury, damage to infrastructure. It could create an unpleasant atmosphere for participants. So we have to have a lot of control over the design. Even though we're leveling out the ground, we want to understand that this is not a full-on market setup. We are taking a temporary fix there, which is needed. The ground is uneven, it's unsafe, to be able to run an outdoor market to see the feasibility. On the long-term aspect, there would be concrete pads, there would be stronger infrastructure in place. So it's going to take a lot of work to make sure that, depending on what those booths and those vendors coming, that they're situated appropriately through the plan that has been developed through the team. So I appreciate the question and asking the level of effort.
Okay. I guess I'm still looking to you, Councillor Forbes, and to you, Councillor Cunningham, in terms of just an indication of direction, and if you have further questions.
Okay, so just from what I'm hearing, I would totally be in favor of 2 markets. I think that's doubling what we currently do. I'm just hearing a lot of hesitation and a lot of decisions being based on assumptions. So I am not going to be in favor of 3, but I would fully be in favor of 2 and see how it goes and work on the years going forward from there.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Forbes, I heard hesitation from you earlier regarding the capability. And so again, I'm just seeking clarity from where you're sitting at this point. So
I also too think that 3 is going to be too much for our staff. I would say that if after 2 you feel like, but you're advertising for 3. But what happens if after 2, you decide the third one isn't going to be feasible for us to do? Are we canceling it? Because this is also something I would like to know. The other thing is if you are a Kneehill resident and have a business here and you want to come to the market, then I think it should be half of what we would charge someone who's non-residential. I also think too that if you're a like if you don't live in our county and you're coming in to do the farmer's market and you've signed up for all 3, then you should be able to get your tables for $125 because you're committing to 3 of markets. Just some thoughts that I had. I just still struggle with 3 markets because I just don't think you have the time to do 3, but who knows? Only time will tell.
Councillor McGee, go ahead.
I think it's really important that we are cognizant of what we're asking staff to do, and I really appreciate that. I think, though, there could be some opportunity for some thoughts of how to get creative. The Ag Info booth, if we were to have one, what if Ag Service Board was in charge of getting volunteers and manning that? Do we need an Ag Info booth if we have Ag for Life there already? So some of those, like, let's get creative about how to minimize that as well. And because it's a beginning, maybe live music or the bouncy piece isn't necessary to keep the budget, the work a little bit lower. Could we have a kids spot where we ask the local daycares or play schools if they'd like to sponsor and man that event? Is there a way to incorporate other people into being part of that? And maybe with it being a pilot project, that's too much, but I do think there's some ways to minimize the consequences on the staff, and that could be explored as well. I also have a bit of a hard-nosed attitude here. We have not spent a lot of staff work on being in the community for economic development, and we need to find a way to be active in that way, and I think some of that is an opportunity to capitalize on some of that lack time and probably dollars that were not used there. But that's just an attitude I have, sorry.
Well, I think attitude is always good. It's productive. I mean, this conversation is to come to some conclusion about direction. So I just heard you say how important Friends of Horseshoe Canyon is going to be going forward into the future when we're looking for volunteers for events like this, and or other community people who would like to see something happen in this area. So, I mean, that's always an option. At this point in time, though, we are looking to our own staff to provide that backup, and we will get creative, I hope, and I think we have creative people in this conversation, so the opportunity is there. We have not made any decisions, and I also know that in the background I heard lunch delivered, so do we want to just think on this for over lunch and then come back and give direction to staff? No? Okay, so we want to make that right now. Good.
I'd like to make it right now, to be honest with you. Let's finish this before lunch. Please remember, this is a pilot program. If for some reason it's fails, well, we can always put cancelled on the sign for the last one or whatever. Like, that can happen. When we're advertising all the events so people can plan, look ahead. Like, we don't want them to just pop up a week before or 2 weeks before. They're going to know at the beginning of the season, in my books, these 3 events are going to be happening as a market, and they're going to be advertised. But please remember, this is a pilot program. We've kind of given a bit of direction on the value that you cannot go above. And if you're getting, through the second one and the third one, we have run out of resources and whatnot else, you know our direction. So, and you'll be back to us well before then to know that we've come across this expense.
So is that a motion I'm hearing coming from you, Councillor?
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing everything forward here. I would make the motion that council moves to host 3 country markets at Horseshoe Canyon in 2024 with a budget of $34,000 as part of the Growing Kneehill project. Would you like me to say the dates, or is that not necessary?
No, I think we have. Okay. I think we specifically have direction on what dates are being considered, and so we're just. Yes, Ms. Sherlock.
So just for clarification, the $34,000 does include the marketing similar to what was delivered last year. And so the way that I have it broken down is with an initial spending of $11,000 for overall, and then the consecutive two markets would be $4,000 each. So that's all within that $34,000. The only thing that would be additional costs on that are on the second page of there would be the kids' bouncy units, the live music, and the door prize draw. Those are three items that have not been included in that $34,000 and would just need additional direction on, so.
So I guess if you said the original amount that's needed to produce that material is $11,000, and you said that each event is $4,000, that's $12,000, which comes to $23,000, which leaves room for the bouncy castle, the music, entertainment, and so on. So when I did the math earlier, it's about $3,500 per event for the live music, the bouncy castle, and the, whatever the other one was. So that's about, the way I do my math, that's 10.5, so we're still under the 34,000. So I'm not sure how we're coming up with 34,000 strictly for advertising, because if that's the case, I'm an absolute no.
No, that would not be strictly for advertising. That would be, it would be 17, sorry, I'm just looking at my sheet here.
Well, the numbers you just gave me were 11,000 for the initial material development. And
Plus 4,000.
12,000 for the three events, so 4,000.
No, 11,000, sorry, 11,000 for the initial, 4,000 for the second event, and 4,000 for the one after that.
Okay, that's even cheaper then.
Yes.
So that's $19,000. We still have another 15,000.
Yeah, sorry, my mistake. It does include that. Yeah.
Okay, so what you're saying is that for the initial event and to develop all the materials, we're looking at about 11,000 for that initial event. And then because we have the material developed, it's about 4,000 per each event after.
Yeah.
Which would be about $19,000 in advertising budget.
Yep.
And then the remaining $15,000 would go to cover the other costs of the events like bouncy castle and or live entertainment and so on.
Yes.
And door prizes.
Yes. Sorry.
Councillor McGee and then Mr. Gannon.
I also want clarity there. You listed items here that you're going to be using on page 2. If, as you develop this and you decide, you know, we don't need to advertise it in the Drumheller Mail because it'll save us $500 event, don't. Right? Like, this is a general idea. You don't have to stick strictly to that. We're giving you a budget. Make the best of it that you can, is what I'd like to be clear about. We are not expecting this exact detail. And there might be, for me, event photography for $600, I think that's not necessary. But that's just, there's other ways to absorb that. So I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying, for me, that's an example where you might find a different opportunity to get that addressed and might not want that $600. And I don't need to know those details, is what I'm trying to say.
What I'm saying is we're now too far into the weeds. What we're saying is the budget's 34,000. What I was looking for clarification on, does that cover advertising and the other things that are within the event? If it's going to be more than 34,000, you have a budget of 34,000. That's what the motion says, and so that's what we'll be voting on. So we're not going to worry about how you spend that 34,000 or whether you saved money on advertising or how you did that, but you're not going over 34,000. Mr. Hogan, you had a comment.
Through Mr. Chair, I was just going to basically say the same thing that council said, so I'll be brief. Anytime we do a project like this, we're managing that internal budget based on what council's given us. So if the overall budget for the 3 events is 34,000, the overall budget's 34,000. What we're demonstrating internally in the discussion is that we recognize from the last market we did that having some kids activities there helped the market. It helped people stay longer, it helped bring people out, that sort of thing. So whether that's a bouncy castle or a sand treasure thing or whatever else, we'll figure that out as it goes along. We just want council to be aware that there'll likely be something like that. If council said, no, don't worry about any of that stuff, then we could reduce the budget. But yeah, the weed stuff, as we so to speak, that we'll manage that as we go along, and we do that for all of our projects. So that's really to give council a flavor of what the event's going to be, right? So we'll do that. In terms of there was a question posed earlier. If we do have as we go through this, if we do have if there's not a lot of pickup for the first 2, then we might be back in front of you saying, look, there's not the demand for the 3rd. We're not committed to the 3rd just because we've set out on that path, right? As council's aware, we change up stuff based on new information all the time, right? So that would be part of the process there as we saw that. I think we've heard in this that we want some sort of prioritization for Kneehill County residents, whether that's cost, opportunity, or whatever. So we can build from that. We've got that direction. We've heard, I think, throughout this conversation today and the ones previous, that we're moving away from the combined event. Well, we know we're moving away from the combined event with the long table because the long table isn't happening this year. We know that the market is there to promote Kneehill County businesses, so that's the ECDEV portion of it. So it's not necessarily the artisanal market that we've held in the past, but it's a broader supporting Kneehill County business event. I think we've heard that in the discussions in Committee of the Whole and today as well. The other thing that is going to give us some opportunity here, not a lot, but a little bit, Mr. Gannon talked about the seasonals and how those shape up. We also have another opportunity that we can't divert totally to this, but theoretically we're going to have an intern starting with us in May. So there is a little bit of capacity there that we could potentially put to help this out as well. So if council wants 3 events at 34,000, that's what the motion reflects, and administration would work within that to deliver those 3 events, knowing that there's going to be that funding plus some of the staff costs associated with that. So whether we have the booth there or not, we can figure that out as we go.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. So we do have a motion on the floor in front of us saying that we will, it's not right in front of me right this minute, but saying that we will host 3 market events at Horseshoe Canyon in 2024 with a budget of 34,000 as part of the growing Kneehill project, made by Councillor Penner. Is there any further discussion to that motion? Okay, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. All right, so we also need to give direction to staff regarding the Open Farm Days event in the community, currently in the community of Trochu. Is someone care to make a motion? Councillor McGee.
I'm excited to make the motion to direct staff into seeking partnership opportunities with the Open Farm Days event in Trochu in place of the and I'm sorry, I want to change the wording here. The Open Farm Days event organized by the cluster group. Is that the right term?
Yeah.
I don't want to say in Trochu. Because that isn't the point. The point is that this cluster group of our own people are putting this on. I think that needs to be in the motion. So yes, so thank you. So I'll read that again, that council directs staff to seek partnership opportunities with the Open Farm Days event organized by the cluster group in place of a county-led celebration of agriculture event.
So is that a Kneehill cluster or? Okay. All right, okay. All right, so we have a motion that council directs staff to seek partnership opportunities with the Open Farm Days event organized by the cluster group in place of a county-led celebration of agriculture event. Councilor McGee.
Should we say Open Farm Days Cluster Group? Because you don't know what group we're talking about, or does that really matter? It's up to you. Mike, I guess I'm asking you, do we need more clarity?
That sounds like the question I was asking. So I think that we just take out the second.
You guys rock. That's much better. Thank you. And we could take the cluster group right out, organized by Open Farm Days. Excuse me. The second part that says cluster group, right where your cursor is now, that doesn't need to be there. Yep, perfect.
All right, are you happy with the motion as it reads now? Councillor McGee.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, since you're making that motion. The motion reads that council directs staff to seek partnership opportunities with the cluster group event organized by Open Farm Days in place of a county-led celebration of agriculture event. Are we clear? Prepared to vote? Any further discussion? Councillor Phobes.
So is there a value attached to that? Just for curious sakes?
Mr. Hogan, go ahead.
Through the chair, the motion as it reads directs staff to seek partnership opportunities. So there's an implication there. We can't attach a value to it because we don't know what those opportunities are. So what that would entail is that we would have to explore those opportunities and bring that back to council to see what council was interested in pursuing. Right now, without knowing what those opportunities are, it would be impossible to put a value to that. So that would entail a future council decision.
Councillor Phobes.
And I'm asking this question because there's $22,000 left over in a budget for this, so that's why I'm asking the question. So if you're going to say to me you're not going for the 22,000, you're going to come back to council to find approval for it, I'm okay with it then. But if you're just going to go in and it's going to come to 22, I'm going to have an issue with giving 22,000 for one thing in we're not saying Trochu, but in the egg days. So.
Okay, thank you for that question, and Mr. Hogan for the clarification that any partnership opportunity and costs would come back to council for direction and authorization. Mr. Hogan, you're good? Okay. All right. So are we prepared now for the question? Any further discussion or questions? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All in favor of the motion to seek partnership opportunities? And that is carried unanimously. All right, so just one last housekeeping detail. Any further clarification or direction needed by staff and administration at this point moving forward? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I am going to say we are in recess. But first, I'm going to say thank you to Ms. Sherlock and Ms. Kester. Thank you for being here and assisting us this morning, as well as thank you to our leadership team. But we are going to take a break for lunch. So we are in recess, and I'm going to say we're in recess to 1:15, okay? So 45 minutes and we'll be back. Thank you. thank you. So it is 1:15, and I will call the council meeting of March 12th back to order. And there was a desire to have a little bit of more comment just with regard to those last items on the Growing Kneehill event. Just prior to the conclusion there was, items for future consideration, and we just didn't want those lost in the shuffle based on the conversation we had earlier. And so I guess just for senior leadership team and for direction for staff, just particularly looking forward to future conversation around those items. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. These items for future consideration, if council would like, we can put them on our deliverables. Our intent is to bring them back one at a time as we get through the year and able to present some opportunities and conversations with council through committee of the whole. So if we put it on our deliverable spreadsheet to understand that these are still items you'd like to have discussions on, we can make sure they're done, especially with the next year's budget being taken into consideration with these potential events.
Okay. Just there was some feeling that we didn't want them to get lost. Okay. All right. So is Ms. Crossfield joining us, or? We'd go to 5.3.1 if she's going to be here. Otherwise, it is you, Kevin. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood you. So 5.3.1, RCMP community priorities, and Mr. Gannon, when you're ready.
Thank you, through the chair. I just take a moment here to pull up the information. Thank you again, Council. As we are very privileged to have the RCMP today to have conversations with regards to the level of effort that's being pertained within their policing strategies within the community, Council asked us to postpone creating priorities until they had the opportunity to have those presentations from those members and be able to establish potentially what the future requirements or expectations from council are as we set the priorities for 2024. The community priorities for the RCMP set by council in February 2023 was rural crime prevention, community safety through programs including mental health, the presence in rural communities, road safety, partnering with Kneehill CPOs and enforcement, and education. Further this year, administration would like the ability to ask council to potentially look at other areas of participation, which could be furthering the Rural Crime Watch to include drug and fraud, as it has been some of the issues of concern, and then communication engagement and connection with seniors. Those are two areas where the team feels that council may want to consider as they look at what strategies or what directions they would like to go for the 2024.
Okay, thank you for that. Comments, discussion from council?
Shorter.
Councilor Penner.
So you're not thinking of removing anything, you're just thinking of adding a few words to what's already there to...
Through the chair, that's exactly right. I think in order to create some substantial gains, enhancing the programs is more than changing it. Changing it kind of changes the approach. And I think keeping consistent, I don't think the environment has changed where these strategies or priorities are not useful out within our community. I still feel there's opportunity for those to move forward. However, if council does see other pinch points within the community that we don't see, those may also be a consideration that council wants to bring forward. This is only on the view from our protective services teams working out within the community and where they feel maybe some enhancement can happen within the priorities.
Okay, any further conversation or discussion? Councillor Forbes?
So what has our CPOs done with enforcement with the RCMP? Just, that's gonna be a question I'm gonna get when I go home, so I might as well just ask now.
Thank you very much through the chair. There's a lot of collaboration efforts that they do in the background, but those roles are specific and separated. Like they're completely different roles, even though they do support one another in communications on efforts that are happening, right? So how our CPOs work in the background, if I'm answering it correctly, Councillor Forbes, is our CPOs in the background have a certain role and function that is completely different from those of the RCMP. And these priorities here are for the RCMP, right? We'll help support them, but we are not the drivers of the initiatives, if I'm answering it right.
Councillor Forbes, clarification?
Sorry, just trying to get out of my one screen back to the other here. Yes, because it says you're partnering Kneehill CPOs in enforcement. So what did we do for enforcement with the RCMP? Because this is in regards to them. And I'm going to get this question. So I understand that they're two completely different roles, but what has Kneehill County's peace officers done to help enforcement with the RCMP? Because I'm wondering if this even needs to be on this list is where I'm going.
So I'm going to let Mr. Hogan jump in first, and then I'll come back to you, Kevin, if you don't mind.
Thanks.
Through Mr. Reeve, there's the full criteria there is partnering with Kneehill CPOs in enforcement and education. So whether that's some of the school programs, whether that's other education programs that take part. An example of an enforcement type approach that would be done jointly might be what we call a JFO, a joint forces operation. Usually those take the form of some form of check stop or traffic stop, that sort of thing that we do. I don't know that we've done as many of those as late, just given our staff complement, but that has historically been a function that we've done together.
So, Ms. Grossfield, did you want to add in on the conversation?
I think that's perfect.
Okay, all right. Mr. Gannon, did you have any further comment?
As Ms. Crossfield said, that was perfect.
Okay. And the other aspect, I guess, I would see in that is as they're on routine patrol, that they are also reporting crime or observations of activity that might be suspicious to the RCMP, who then do enforcement. Would that not be correct?
That is correct, through the chair.
Okay, any other question or comment? Councillor Cunningham, yes.
So just a little bit further to Councillor Forbes, I know exactly where she's going with that. So like, would we have stats on the amount of times that our Kneehill CPOs do collaborate or do go out, like you just said, they might go out if there's a crime reported or whatever, like how often is there collaboration happening with the RCMP?
Ms. Grossfield?
Good day, Council. Yes, we have stats on everything. So anything that we do with other agencies, we do document that. And we provide that to you during those quarterly reports. So every quarter we do provide those stats to you anytime we have done anything. Usually for sure around Christmas time, we see the JFOs increase with the check stops. And then just like we did that open house with Old Detachment as well in Torrington. They had wanted us to do stuff with them. So it's kind of whenever the request comes. Again, we don't go out onto calls with them, but we do help them in traffic education initiatives and stuff like that. But yes, we do have stats for all of that. You bet.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions or discussion? So, Mr. Gannon or Ms. Grossfield, clarification on the additions that you were contemplating.
Through the chair. So the only additions that they were talking about this morning is what I had jotted down. So this is what was talked about this morning.
Okay, so the drug enforcement side of things.
Right.
And then fraud prevention, more senior targeted than otherwise.
I think so. I mean, scams are happening to everybody. So it's kind of an all-encompassing line, I would say. And then the other two that were mentioned this morning between council and the RCMP was community engagement in connection with the seniors.
Okay.
So that was mentioned this morning, and just kind of put it on the list of things that you could also add into the priorities.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Is there any other discussion or questions with regard to community priorities as relates to the RCMP? Oh, sorry, Councillor Cunningham.
So, and I think it's just important to recognize when we do add that community engagement and the connection with seniors, it's not saying that they aren't doing it, because I can tell you 100% that they are doing that. So just want to make sure the public understands we're not adding that to the list because they aren't doing it. We just want to have a very comprehensive list. But I mean, like I said, they are knocking that two pieces out of the park. I just want to make sure we give kudos to them for that.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. With that, taking that comment into consideration, the potential is just indicate an enhancement. That shows that there is effort that's being had in the background, and just adding the word enhancement might really aid with that communication.
Okay, thank you for that. Other comments or questions?
So we're sticking with 5, we're just adjusting the wording. Okay, so I'm clear.
All right. So where does that leave us? Are we prepared to make a motion to set those as our priorities, or are we rewording what we're doing? Ms. Grossfield, go ahead.
Through the chair, I just wanted to confirm, so then the motion would basically say partnering with Kneehill CPOs and enforcement engagement and education.
Sorry, clarify that again for me.
The recommended motion then would be that council sets the community priorities for RCMP for 2024 as rural crime prevention, community safety focus, presence in rural communities, road safety, and partnering with Kneehill CPOs in enforcement, education, and engagement.
And engagement. So enforcement, comma, education, and engagement. Okay. And then we'll emphasize those areas of engagement. Okay. Any further clarity needed, or discussion, or question, comment? I think the only comment I would add is we're very much appreciative of the attendance by those detachments here today, and certainly felt the time that we spent with them was well worthwhile, and that's engagement on their behalf with us. And so certainly if you're talking with them, I know we thanked them already, but you certainly pass along our appreciation for the time and effort it took to be here. Okay, somebody want to make a motion? and it'll now read, partnering with Kneehill CPOs in enforcement, education and engagement.
I had my hand up a couple
Oh,
times.
sorry, Councillor Cunningham. I
Sorry,
can't
I'll
see
just
your
start jumping
hand
up
if
and
it's
down.
off to your side at all.
It's
Okay,
right
thank
in
you.
front of my face. That's as close as I can get. Okay, I will make the motion that council sets the community priorities for RCMP for 2024 as rural crime prevention, community safety focus, presence in rural communities, road safety, and partnering with Kneehill CPOs in enforcement, education, and engagement.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion in front of us. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion? And that is carried unanimously. And thank you, Mr. Gannon and Ms. Grossfield, for rushing into our rescue. Thank you. No, it's absolutely, you're welcome here. All right, moving on in our agenda then, we are going to go to 7.1, youth event sponsorship for the Kneehill 4-H district. And Ms. Vanderkool, are you taking that one?
I am taking this.
Okay.
So thank you, Council. I'm here to present our first youth event sponsorship request, and the request comes from the Kneehill 4-H district. Historically, we have supported the district show and sale event through our recreation, community, and cultural events funding stream. However, in November, Council restructured our approach to youth sponsorship, focusing more on directly supporting youth-oriented events, and I believe this event aligns perfectly with this updated sponsorship strategy. This new policy reflects Council's dedication to nurturing the growth and development and empowerment of young individuals in our community. It aims to provide financial assistance to organizations within Kneehill County that organize and conduct youth-oriented events, activities, and programs. The Kneehill 4-H district's application aligns with these criteria and as they operate within Kneehill County, and their event targets eligible youth participants. One of the key benefits of this revised policy is that it requires organizations to submit a final report upon completion of the event. This allows the county to gather valuable statistics on the impact of our support, which we can then share through our newsletters and websites. Attached, you will find the application and the policy for your review. The Kneehill 4-H district is requesting $1,000 in funding, and we currently have $10,000 remaining in the existing funding pool. Today, Council has the option to approve the requested $1,000 funding to the Kneehill 4-H district. Alternatively, you may choose to allocate a different amount, request further information, or explore other options.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so we have in front of us an application under our youth event sponsorship new grant policy. Request from the Kneehill 4-H district for $1,000. Any discussion, questions, comment? Councillor Phobes.
Question, the Kneehill 4-H district, where do they house their meetings at in Kneehill County?
Since it's a Kneehill district, there's 4 districts in Kneehill County, 4 4-H clubs. One is Three Hills, one Swalwell, Huxley, I believe. Debbie, do you know if they still have a? Deb,
Yeah.
And Elnora.
Well, no, the multi-club.
Multi-club,
Multi-club,
yes.
And I think the Orkney one is also included.
That's
I think
3.
Orkney is in Drumheller.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
And so their meetings used to be in Three Hills at the library all the time. It depends on where the key leader lives. I believe right now they're being held in the Swalwell Hall.
Okay.
So a leader from each club attends them, plus the members. There's a few key members that are part of, that's their job. They run the meetings. The leaders don't run the meetings, the kids run the meetings, but.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Any other discussion, questions, comment? Motions, Councillor McGee.
I'd like to move that we approve funding the amount of $1,000 to the Kneehill 4-H District to assist in the costs associated with advertising for their Achievement Day, with funding coming from the Youth Event Sponsorship Grant Policy Program.
Okay, and Ms. Vanderkool, you said earlier that we now require an end of project report, correct?
That is correct. There's an accountability form, and I've actually attached it with your package. So it just asks to provide information or stories about the event and show how it was successful, and also how many attendees there were, and then how many volunteer and organizers, so we can calculate those statistics at the end of the year to find out how many youth we've touched throughout the year.
Okay. All right, any further question or comments? We have a motion in front of us to approve the funding of $1,000 to the Kneehill 4-H District to assist in the costs associated with advertising for their Achievement Day, with funding to come from the Youth Event Sponsorship Grant Policy Program. Any further discussion or comment? If not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, the next item on our list is 8.1, disposition of delegation, and Three Hills RCMP should be Three Hills, Beiseker, Olds, and Drumheller RCMP. Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Reeve, the council in large part through the previous item of approving the priorities for the upcoming year has dealt with a lot of this presentation already. With that, our only recommendation from administration would be to accept the delegation, to accept their presentation for information.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments or questions regarding the RCMP delegation? Councillor Christie.
I really appreciate they came as a group, so I'd like to make the motion to accept the RCMP presentation for information as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to accept the RCMP presentation for information as presented, and any further comment or discussion? Not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, next item on our agenda is 9.1, Community Futures, Wildrose. Councillor Christie.
I passed out business mentorship program that the Wildrose, Community Futures Wildrose is piloting. If we can make this a successful project, that we would offer it to the whole province as a project from Wildrose. It's basically asking senior mentors to take on young entrepreneurs and help them through a business plan. It's fairly well structured. So my comment there at the meeting was, this is something that agriculture needs on succession planning, that there's a lot of senior farmers that would benefit from a mentor that might come in and take over their farm. Now that's come up from presentations I've made over the years at like the Barley Commission. I know Olds College does some work there. I was gonna ask for more information there to see if there's a connection between Olds College and Community Futures, whether they could work together on that as a succession plan, but not just agriculture, but for all business. So I would like to ask if I could have this in our both website and Facebook from Community Futures to move forward. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions regarding Community Futures, Wildrose, and the Business Mentorship Program? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to 9.2, which is Trochu Housing. And Trochu Housing Corporation held their board meeting yesterday. They are in the process of design. So they're meeting every 2 weeks with I think there's about 30 people from AHS and Seniors Housing and the Housing Corporation and the design, and so the construction project manager and the architectural firm. And they have at this point presented 30% complete drawings to AHS, because that's AHS request, that they see the drawings at 30% and 70%, and there's a conversation. Every 2 weeks, there's conversation going back and forth between those two groups. They're very much looking forward to the renewal of the agreement that they have with us at Kneehill County. They did hold a consultation yesterday with the life lease holders in Trochu, and got really positive and good feedback there. And what else did I want to say? And at this point, they have a, I'm going to call it a, what should I call it, project design budget? What's it called? Trochu Housing Corporation project cash flow and budget that was presented yesterday and got approval to move forward in some of the initial steps. So just so you know, that project is, I mean, they intend to be in the ground by the end of September for sure. And they are moving very rapidly forward with that. So, and they're about to start another life lease sale campaign. So hopefully everything will be lined up and ready to go. So that's Trochu Housing Corporation. Any questions related to that or comment? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to accept for information the council and committee reports as presented. Councilor Penner?
So moved.
Thank you for that. So we have a motion to receive the council committee reports as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item on our business is council follow-up action list 10.0. So I know Mr. Zier looks forward to the opportunity that this always presents him to come forward and talk about what's happening with Wastewater project in Huxley and where we are in that side of things. So if you could just provide an update, I would appreciate that.
Yes, definitely, through the chair, my pleasure. So the, as council is aware, we had the presentation for the committee of the whole at February 20th meeting. Had some discussion around where we're at with the current study. It is currently waiting on final revisions with the engineers there. Very minor changes from what we've asked them, so we expect a draft fairly shortly on that. The direction from the committee of the whole was to come back with some proposals for inspections of the private sewage tanks. Looking at what that looks like with community engagement tied into that. We want to make sure that the whole community is aware of what our intentions are. We're going to need a number of easements or authorizations to enter private lands, that sort of thing. So we hope to bring those back to the April meeting for a discussion with council and some budget discussions as well of what that actually looks like. Further with that, we'll go forward this year. Because some of that Huxley wastewater review did touch on potentials for a gravity system, that sort of thing. Those are in the reports, and we want to make sure that the council has that ahead of time for the budget discussions this year, just to see if that is an option that we want to investigate further. So as of right now, we're looking at April council meeting for discussion about the proposals for the inspections.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
Any other questions regarding the council action item list? Not seeing any. Someone care to make a motion to receive? Councilor McGee.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion that council receive for information the council follow-up action list as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously as well. Thank you. Okay, the only other items on our agenda are 3 items for closed session. So we have Advice from officials, section 24. Personnel, section 17, and third-party business interests, section 16. Would someone care to make a motion to Councillor Christie?
So moved.
So we have a motion that council go into closed session at this time, which is 1:45. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so we've just returned from closed session. We had a motion to come out of closed session at 4:19. We recessed to allow the return of the public and to go back on air. And it is now 4:23, and I'll call the meeting back to order. We have one motion coming out of closed session. And perhaps, Mr. Hogan, can I prevail on you just to help here, just help me with the wording here. That council authorized administration to pursue the economic development opportunity as presented. Am I correct in saying it that way?
Through Mr. Chair, I believe so, yes. It's just, we're just typing it onto the screen now.
Okay. And that's what we want. Somebody willing to make that motion? Councillor Christie?
So moved.
Thank you. And I guess I'm going to follow up with something I heard earlier. Is there a request for a recorded vote? Okay, I see that. Okay, so we're going to do a recorded vote. So I'm going to poll each councillor individually so that our recording secretary can catch our votes. So I'm going to start in Division 1. So Councillor McGee.
I'm in favor.
So yes. Councillor Penner.
Yes.
Our Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
Yes.
Councillor Phobes.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Cunningham.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Christie.
Yes.
And myself, Reeve King, I am a yes. So that motion is passed. Carried, sorry. All right. As there are no further items in our agenda, I'm going to make the motion to adjourn, and it's 4:25. Thank you very much.